Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the October 7th Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting this morning. Beautiful fall day out there today. At this time, I'd like to ask the George Laurie if he'd come forward for invocation. George, welcome this morning.
Welcome. Hello, everybody. Of course, I want to thank all the commissioners for allowing members of the North Dare Ministers Association to open each meeting with a prayer. 2 years ago, I chose to give the opening prayer in the middle of the Jewish high holidays. Deja vu. Next Saturday evening, at the end of Yom Kippur, the Jewish high holidays will come to a close. During this 10-day period, Jews all over the world recognize these days of awe as having two notable themes. First, on Rosh Hashanah, we are reminded that all humans have the ability to exercise free will. That is, to make good choices and bad choices, or perhaps the best available choices. In the book of Genesis, we read the binding of Isaac to symbolize choices and our faith in God and God's faith in Abraham. It is during these 10 days where God reviews each and every human being and decrees their destiny, who shall live and who shall die. On the evening before Yom Kippur, God forgives all sins between each person and God, but expects people to have asked for forgiveness from those they have sinned against. That means you don't have to be Jewish to seek out your friends and your enemies and ask for forgiveness. Try it and see what happens. On Yom Kippur, we read the book of Jonah to learn about repentance. We are reminded that repentance, prayers, and deeds of loving kindness lessen the severity of God's decree. Then around 7 p.m. on Saturday night, the gates will close and our faith will be sealed in the book of life. Heavy stuff for the true believer. So I'd like to offer the following prayer. Blessed are you, Lord our God, sovereign of all, who has given us life, sustains us, and brings us to this season. We thank you and sing your praises for our lives, which are in your hand, for our souls, which are in your keeping. You are goodness, you are compassion, you have always been our hope. Be with these commissioners and others who serve Dare County. Guide them in their daily challenges with the issues in Dare County, such as affordable housing, dredging, our beaches, our healthcare system, and our educational facilities. Soften their hearts and open their minds so that every decision they make is the best one. Humble them to realize they are all human and make mistakes, because the residents of Dare County will respect them even more. Almighty God, grace us with your light when our path grows dark, with your strength when we grow weary, and with your support when we falter in our resolve. King of the universe, you have commanded us to do your work for the betterment of the Outer Banks. May this be God's will, and all God's people say, Amen. Thank you. Stay safe. Have a blessed day. And remember, you have 6 days before the gates close.
Thank you, George. May we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. County Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Number 1 on the agenda is the Chairman's opening remarks.
Thank you, County Manager. Each time I open up with county comments right after we do the pledge, that seal behind me, 1870. We are so blessed to live where we are and what we have before us here in Dare County. Before I have my comments, I'd like for us to take a moment of silence to think about our friends out west, from the hurricane, the devastation that we have seen out there, and certainly those 5 members of that family, they're not all same family, but those 5 members that passed away in that plane crash recently at our monument in Kill Devil Hills. So if we can take a moment of silence to think about them. Thank you. Thank you. With that being said, please keep our neighbors to the south in Florida. It appears that there's going to be a nasty hurricane hitting a whole state of Florida this in the next few days. So keep your thoughts and prayers for those folks in Florida, that they can get through this storm safely. We have with us this morning Superintendent Bass Knight with the schools, our chair, David Twitty. We have Board of Education members in the room, Ron Payne, Susan Bothwell, Murray Ellen Balance. Thank y'all all for being here this morning. And with that being said, I'll move into my chairman's comments. I've got a number of items I'd like to address this morning with you folks. First being the Dare Education Foundation. Dare Education Foundation just recently put out their 2024 annual report. Some $59,518 was funded for education-driven projects in our county. 7,699 students experiences, possibilities were made for those almost 7,700 students. There were 46 school projects that were taking place in the last year. Some 41,000 and some change was donor-sponsored scholarships for our students. And 42 students benefited from student competitions in national academics, leadership, vocational, and at different conferences throughout the state and the country. So hats off to our kids and the Dare County, the Dare Education Foundation. Another great organization that just put out their annual report is the Food for Thought. I don't know if any of you folks have seen this or not, but just by the numbers, 8,482 bags of weekend meals and snacks were sent home throughout the school year each weekend for our kids. $26,462 in Food Line gift cards were issued. 8,250 in Food Line gift cards, and then 5,670 in toiletries and supplies, and over $9,000 in new clothing for folks. So hope you can get a copy of this. Food for Thought does just phenomenal work throughout the county for our kids, supporting our kids in the county, and just great work on Food for Thought's folks' plate. Roanoke Island Women's Club. Like for you to keep in mind that once again, they're asking for your support in their 47th year of providing Thanksgiving baskets for neighbors in Dare County. There are 2 ways that you can join in this worthwhile local outreach program. You can send a tax donation, deductible donation, to the Roanoke Island Women's Club, and that's P.O. Box 1-666-MANIO-27954. This money that you donate will be used to buy gift certificates to local grocery stores for smaller families. You can also, the second way you can donate is you can donate needed items such as a turkey or any other condiments that you'd like to send to them. If you need to reach out to them, you have any questions, you can contact Sandy Martin at 252-202-7632, or you can contact Lee Brinkley with Dare County DSS at 252-475-5500. Great program that the Roanoke Island Women's Club do each year. Like I said earlier, it's a 47th year of making these donations to folks throughout the community. I've been asked to share, this is an interesting program. I think it's really, really neat. The Church of the Outer Banks is excited to announce that on Friday, February the 7th, 2025, they'll be hosting their third Night to Shine event sponsored by Tim Tebow Foundation. Some of you may be very well aware of Tim Tebow. He was a Heisman Trophy winner from Florida, played in the NFL a little bit, but he launched the first Night to Shine 10 years ago. And his vision was to work with churches around the world to provide an unforgettable prom night centered around God's love for people with special needs. They're special needs people, ages 14 and up. The Outer Banks Church will have their event. It'll be a red carpet event with escorts from police, firefighters, EMTs, veterans. They'll have a cheering crowd there. Once inside, the kids will be crowned as king and queen for the evening. Guests get the royal treatment. They get limo rides, professional photography, hair makeup stations, corsages, boutonnieres, shoe shines, karaoke, and it's all catered around a dinner and a DJ, which they'll be providing dancing. So to make this event a success, the church has reached out and asked for donations. Checks can be mailed to the Church of the Outer Banks at P.O. Box 1177, Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, 27948. And if they do have some sponsorship levels, a silver is $500, a blue is $250 to $499, and a white is $50 to $249. So if you're so inclined, please help these folks out. What a great evening for our special needs children throughout Dare County, ages 14 and up. Most of you are aware that the county manager confirmed that the U.S. Attorney's Office issued 2 subpoenas seeking records, one to the Dare County Commissioners and one to the Oregon Task Force just recently. And I've asked the county manager if he will outline those 2 subpoenas to educate the public exactly what those subpoenas mean. So County Manager, will you speak to the subpoena first for the Dare County Commissioners? And then after that, if you'll speak to the Oregon Inlet Task Force issue.
Sure. I'll speak to both because they're the same thing. The subpoenas were substantially the same. I talked with the U.S. Attorney's Office on Friday. Make it clear from the outset that Dare County or Dare County officials are not targets. They're not a part of any investigation. This is simply a request for records. Nobody has to go to Raleigh to testify. Nobody's been asked to testify. They're just wanting to see records related to the various entities that were listed in that subpoena, and we're putting those records together as we speak. The subpoena is similar to a subpoena. I think the state got a subpoena as well for records related to the same entities. they tell me, and I don't know much about what the target of their investigation is or what it's about. They didn't share much of that with me, but it is related to use of federal dollars. And with respect to the records they've asked for us for the Miss Katie or the coastal affordable housing, there were no federal dollars involved in either of those projects. So that money's not what they're investigating. So but they are looking for records from us, and we're putting those records together as we speak. So again, all we can do is give them the records, and we'll have those by whatever deadlines they have. We don't have to go to Raleigh. They're going to tell me we can put them on a thumb drive. They'll pick them up. They'll come look at them. However they choose to look at the records we collect, we'll do that. We've reached out to you all. We've reached out to the members of the Oregon Inland Task Force to show them what they need to provide to us if they have any of those records. And so we'll have all that stuff available for them, as they requested. That's it. There's really not much else to say about that. I'm glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you addressing both of those issues. I have two more items to cover. The next to the last item is we had a great meeting, Vice Chairman Overman, the county manager, myself, on Wednesday, October the 2nd, with the Army Corps concerning the Buxton situation. Let me just give you and you can find this on our website, but this is extremely encouraging, extremely appreciative, and we're making progress. The Army Corps reported in that meeting with us that they had built about a half a mile of matting so that their heavy equipment could run across the sand to get to the site. They have about 6 pieces of heavy equipment, and they couldn't run that through the dunes without building this landing mat that they have for the machinery to drive on. They said they estimated about 100 truckloads to take debris away from the site. It's about a 60-day contract of work, which started Thursday, the 3rd. They've already started doing this the day after they met with us. 60 days of work. They've got a comprehensive sampling still ongoing of that site. Their overall goal is not just to look at the beach side, but the full complex now. They're looking at the entire complex. They mentioned that if the infrastructure keeps them from doing their work, that the infrastructure will be taken out. And that's very encouraging. That's not what we had heard in previous conversations with them. So that is critical. The contaminated soil will be hauled away from here. It's going to be hauled to a site. There's a site in Alabama for contaminated soil that they'll be hauling that material to. They mentioned that they're doing everything they can to get this site completely cleaned up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chairman. I believe they said they've got like $2.2 million set aside. I think something like that. $2.2 million set aside to do this. They will start, as I've already mentioned, they started on Thursday, 10/3, doing this work. If you recall, they are forming a restoration advisory board, and that first meeting will take place at the end of October. They will be providing us updates, Colonel Sturgis said, weekly, and we will certainly, Public Information Officer Ms. Hester will be posting those on our website. They're also doing a comprehensive study. They will, as I mentioned earlier, they will look into the entire site, and they've got requests for proposals going out, and they will be awarding something in mid-October, the end of October. So, and this is an environmental firm that they're looking to get work. So This is extremely encouraging. We've come a long way with them, and hats off to the Army Corps that they're taking charge of this, and hopefully sooner rather than later, we will have a total clear site in Buxton. And then finally, certainly last but not least, I have the honor on behalf of this board to recognize a special lady this morning, Miss Kay White. The board and I want to take a moment to honor Kay. She has dedicated 16 years of service as the Dare County delegate for the senior Tar Heel legislation. Throughout her time in this role, Kay has shown exceptional commitment and dedication to the older adults in Dare County. She has worked diligently to advocate for increased funding for programs that benefit seniors and their caregivers, as well as for the policies that protect our aging citizens. Kay has been extremely active as our representative on the Tar Heel legislature. She faithfully attends meetings and has served on various committees throughout the years. She currently holds the position of chair of the legislative committee, where she plays a role in developing the resolutions that are presented to the senior Tar Heel legislation. These resolutions help outline the group's advocacy priorities before the North Carolina General Assembly. And trust me, folks, over 16 years, the General Assembly has listened to Kay White. She's done a remarkable job for us. Kay, your efforts have made a meaningful impact on the lives of many individuals in Dare County and throughout North Carolina. You will be greatly missed, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I'm going to walk down there, and I have something special I'd like to present to you, Kay. And Kay has her better half, Perry, here this morning. Perry, it's great to see you with her this morning. Glad you're here. Okay, come on up here and join me.
Thank you.
Come on up here and join me. This lady just had an auto accident just the other week. I mean, here she is here this morning, as always, standing upright and support and just all you do, Kay. We greatly appreciate what you do for this aging citizens of Dare County. This certificate of appreciation is from the Board of Commissioners. It's awarded to Kay White in grateful recognition for her extraordinary commitment and dedication to older adults in Dare County through her service as the Dare County's delegate with the senior Tar Heel legislation. For 16 years, as I mentioned earlier, you have consistently promoted increased funding for programs supporting older adults and their caregivers, as well as policies to certainly protect them. Your efforts have benefited many in our county and across the state of North Carolina, and it's presented to you by the Dare County Board of Commissioners and signed by myself, Chairman of the Dare County Board of Commissioners. Thank you for all you've done, Kay.
Thank you.
Good, very good job.
I might say my mother, God rest her soul, 95 years of age. I had the pleasure of having her for 95 years.
Wow.
I'm 78 years old.
Ooh.
And to have your mother at age 75 is pretty remarkable. All the things that you did on behalf of the senior adults certainly helped my mother as well. And I can't
wonderful.
thank you enough. Can't thank you enough.
Thank you so
God
much.
bless you.
And thank you to all the commissioners
Absolutely.
for supporting me these last 16 years. And tomorrow I do go to Raleigh for my last meeting. And Sue will be with me. Is Sue here today? I think Sue had planned to be here
She had
today.
planned to, but I don't
Yeah.
see her in the audience.
Yeah, she'll be going with me because I'm not driving the car yet. But anyway, I'm thankful that I'm well enough to be here and be with you. and thank you. And I will continue working for the senior citizens of Dare County. Yay!
Absolutely. Behind every good woman's a good man, Perry. Thank you. Appreciate
Oh,
your support,
and
Ken.
my son is here.
Oh,
from
that's right, and his son.
Ken
Yeah.
is here
Ken's
from Maryland.
Thank you, Ken. Thank
Came
you
all
for
the
being
way
here.
from Maryland to be with his dad while I can go to Raleigh.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
God bless you. Folks, it's people like this that certainly make our county a great place to live. With that being said, County Manager, that completes my chairman's remarks. He's already addressed, didn't you address that? Yeah, he did both of those. Yeah.
I did.
You didn't?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you were going to do both of those back to back. With that being said, up front, rather than waiting to the end of the meeting, Bobby, would you make some comments certainly about the Miss Katie?
You all had asked me earlier about the dredge permits and sort of the progress where we were and to talk about that a little bit. So just to give some background on that, we had gotten a couple of letters from the Corps with regard to permit or potential permit violations. The first letters we got dealt with depth issues, how deep were they dredging. We worked through those issues. Some of those issues, I don't know that there was actually a depth issue. As you know, when the dredges, it has the drag arms that sit on the bottom and pick up the sand. If you're dredging at, say, 10 feet and you hit a hole that's at 11 feet, the dredge arm falls in the hole, and then the dredge operator has to pull it back up. And when it goes in that hole, then it shows a data point as it went to 11 feet, and it looks as though you were dredging at 11 feet, when in fact...
You mean the bottom isn't completely level?
So on those early ones, we went through some of that dredge data to try to determine, what the reasons were, why those kind of things were happening, what the anomalies were and all that. And we worked through that with the Corps, and we did some things with regard to monitoring. They have a machine on that dredge. It's called a DQM, Dredge Quality Management System. I think is what it stands for. And it takes a reading every 6 seconds. And that's every 6 seconds a data point comes that gives you a number of things, like the depth of the dredge heads, the power of the pumps, how fast it was moving. All of this data comes in every 6 seconds. So over the course of a day, you get thousands and thousands of data points. And any one data, if that dredge head falls in a hole for 3 seconds or 5 seconds while you have to pull it up to get it back up out of the hole, it shows a ping that says the dredge head was too deep. And so you have to sort through all that and find where are the things that just happen, no matter who's dredging, whatever's going on, and deal with all that. And so the first one, we worked through that, worked through whatever the problems were, worked through the data. We did some things differently after that. We had all those data points come in to our guy that works for the county to let him look at depths. He can monitor that every day to be sure that, the depths are being followed. And if we have a ping, we can find out why. Was it an anomaly, or was it a pilot error, or what was going on there? The operator came in and did some other things. They put some stops on the dredge heads to try to prevent them from falling below depths. They put some alarms in where if it did go below depths, there'd be an alarm so that the guy that's in the front of the dredge operating would get the alarm and could raise the depths. And so we worked through that, and to my knowledge, we didn't have any more issues really with depths. The latest ones where the permits were suspended. In that round, the permits weren't suspended because everybody was trying to figure out what was happening. In the current, where the permits were suspended, those suspensions were as a result of the dredge being outside of the box. There was a lot of data collected. As I said, you get it every 6 seconds. So there was however many data points that is. I'm not going to do the math, but they looked at a period of about 6 or 8 months. So 8 months of dredging at every 6 seconds, there's millions of data points. And so there were pings where they were outside of the box. Some of the pings appeared to be like way out of the box, 200 or 300 feet out of the box. There's some reasons for some of that. There's probably some pilot error in some of that. For example, they use what they call proxies to determine whether you're dredging. They might look at the depth of the dredge head. They might look at the power of the pump, those kind of things. And for example, if you're outside the box, but you need to prime the pump, then you have to run water through the dredge head at 250 gallons per minute or something like that to reprime the pumps. And on that proxy, that would show as a dredge event when in fact you weren't dredging, you were outside the box. You were bringing in water to prime pumps. You know, if you turn around without raising the dredge heads and they're still down below 6 feet or whatever the number was, then that's a proxy that says it appears that you're dredging when in fact you may not be dredging. There are other reasons why you would be actually dredging and you'd get outside the box. If you're dredging and a charter boat comes in and doesn't yield, then you got to move, and when you move, you go out of box. The Corps recognizes those things happen. When the wind is blowing, it can blow you off and you have to get it back in. The Corps recognizes those things can happen. But with the number of data points, there's some pilot error that's going to occur. There's some stuff that can be explained. We asked the Corps specifically, did they want us to go through those millions of data points and try to give them an explanation? They said they did not. There was no reason to do that. They were interested in getting the dredge up and operational. They were interested in getting compliance in, much as we did with the depths. We went back and said, okay, what can we do better to ensure compliance? One of the things we can do better is I talked about that DQM data. Up until that point, all the data that we got from them was the DQM data for the depth. We've now asked for the DQM data to be added to the program that would show the box so that our guy here can monitor when the dredge is in the box, when the dredge is out of the box. When it's out of the box, we can then go look and is there a reason for that? If there's a reason, we can explain that. If there's not a reason, then we have to deal with our contractor and make sure that doesn't happen. And so those are things that normally happen in dredge operations, and the Corps understands that as well. So we've been through all that. We'll get that DQM data on it. The Corps, we're at a point where there should be releasing the permits to start dredging here shortly. We've been working through all that sort of thing now. We've put some other things in place too. We've taken our contractor that we use to do all of our dredge work, CPE, Ken Wilson and his team. We've asked them to monitor that same DQM data. They can do it daily. They can also scrub the data to take out the anomalies where the dredge pump was pumping and all that, so that if we have a problem, we have the ability to explain it. Anytime we have an anomaly, a beat where it shows that, then we have a contact now at the Corps where we'll call them and say, okay, we had this, here's what happens, here's why, where do we go from here? We've done those kind of things. We've added some surveying layers to it so that there's some pre-event surveying and some post-dredging surveying. That'll give us a handle on where it needs to be dredged, the number of cubic yards that should be dredged, so we can monitor better that way too. And so hopefully, and the Corps is confident and we're confident with these new things in place that we don't have these events where the dredge is outside the box, and where it is outside the box, those kind of things like I just explained, we have the ability to explain those so that, they aren't issues that would cause us to have a permit stopped again where we couldn't dredge. And so those are the goals. The Corps meetings with them, we went to Wilmington and met with them. Commissioner House and I did, and we've had multiple telephone conversations with them. And again, their whole goal is to keep everything dredging, keep the inlets open, and have worked with us very well to make that happen. So,
Thank you, County Manager. Anybody have any questions, County Manager?
It's 14,400 data points per day that would be feeding. So that's an enormous mountain of data.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you,
thanks,
Bobby.
Bobby.
All right, that brings us to item 2, County Manager.
All right, item 2 is the presentation of the service pins. Our first recipient this morning is Sheila Davies to get her 10-year pin. You all know Sheila. I don't need to introduce her. I will tell you a little bit. She's getting a 10-year pin today, but she's really a 17-year county employee. She took a little hiatus there in the middle. She came to us back in 2007 as a community development specialist at the health department. So her whole career has been in the health field, and she's worked her way through the system doing a number of things. She left in 2011 to go do something else in the healthcare field with telemedicine and working with the hospital and some things there. And we were able to convince her in 2015 to come back to the county. We missed her good work, and we were glad to be able to get her back. She came in as the deputy or assistant health director and later was promoted to the health director. And then in 2018, she was promoted to be the head of all of DHHS, which includes the health and social services. I can't tell you what an incredible thing that we did when we convinced her to come back. She's done a remarkable job at the health department and social services. It's one of our largest departments. It has the most people, the most payroll. And I have to say, it's probably the most complicated department that we have. Her funding comes from us. It comes from the state. It comes from the feds. It comes from grants. It comes from nonprofits. It comes from lots and lots and lots of different sources. And all funds that come into her are all designated for different purposes. It doesn't just go into a pot for her to figure out where to spend it. It all goes in for some reason, and she's got to sort through all that, keep all that straight, manage to keep the funding straight, but at the same time, manage the people and get our services out there in the public. And on both of those counts, she's done a great job. She's remarkable at keeping the plates spinning, the budgets balanced, the people happy. And we have a very well-run and very well-respected Department of Health and Human Services. I'll tell you, our Department of Health and Human Services, and Sheila in particular, are called statewide to help. They ask questions, they ask how to do things. She's on a number of state boards, goes to, I don't know how many meetings in Raleigh a month, but a lot. Again, so that others can share in the expertise that we get every day. She's organized to the nth degree. Everything is done right. Everything that comes to me is always justified and right. An example of that you all are familiar with was in our COVID-19 response. The system that we put up to administer the vaccines became the model for the state system to do that. The governor came here and other officials to watch how we did it, and Sheila and her team and the people that work with her put that together. It was amazing to watch if you came and saw it, and it was shown, and when the governor came, that became the model. Probably to me, at least, in my everyday, more importantly than any of that stuff that I just said, is Sheila's somebody that I can count on, that I rely on, that I can bounce ideas off of, and they don't have to be health and human services issues. She has a sharp mind, an analytical mind. She's thoughtful. She sort of gets the big picture. And so when you're going through and making decisions and you need somebody to bounce something off of, she's a person that I can do that with and count on getting, one, a candid response, not a tell the county manager what he wants to hear response, but a candid response that helps me make good decisions and helps me do things the way they ought to be done. And I can't say how much I appreciate that. So thank you for that. With all that said, she's married. She has 2 kids. Her life is consumed with her kids' sports. She has 2 sons that are excellent athletes. She has one son that is a soccer player that played on the First Flight High School Championship soccer team and is also playing in Europe on a U17. Is that right?
U19.
U19 team over there. And so he is an excellent soccer player and consumes a lot of Sheila and her family's time. When she's not doing her own kids' sports, she's an avid golfer, but she doesn't get to play as much as she would like because she's got too much going on. With all those things said, Sheila, I can't thank you enough for what you do for Dare County, and on a personal note for what you do to help me and help us make the county a better place. Thank you for your 10 years, and thank you for the next 20 we're going to get to. Next on the list, we have Michelle Gray to receive her 20-year pin from Jack Scarborough.
Welcome this morning.
Everyone knows her as Shelley.
Yeah.
Shelley Gray. In 2004, she started. If you remember our 911 center in 2004, it was a very small room over top of the jail, and had to deal with that. They just dispatched for Dare County. It was much slower then. There weren't as many calls. And over the last 20 years, she's gone to a new center, some new software, some new programs that I accidentally made them do. But she's adapted so well. And the one thing is she is the most caring and nurturing person in our room. She takes care of all of us. She takes the young folks under her wing, and it's genuine caring. And that's what that job is about, because it's never seen, never heard unless you're on the radio or call 911. But it's you don't see them. You don't see what they go through. But she takes all of our young people under their wing, our new employees. She genuinely cares about everyone. There's no ill thing about anything. She's just an absolutely amazing and caring person. She makes sure we're all well fed. If you want anything, you just ask her. She takes care of everybody. Anything anybody needs in there, she takes care of it. She serves as an assistant supervisor. And in that role is quite busy, and we have a lot of young folks, and she's having to deal with it, but she just takes them under her wing. She nurtures them. She helps bring them up, and she's just all around an amazing telecommunicator and supervisor, and an absolute pleasure to work with. This is her 20-year pin, and she's got 20 more to go.
Yeah, okay.
So thank you.
You might want to talk to my husband about that.
Next, we go to our Employee of the Month. For the last two meetings, our Employee of the Month couldn't be here. So this morning, we're going to give 3 Employee of the Months for August, September, and October. First, we're going to do August, and if Sheila Davies would come forward for that presentation.
That's someone that's going to come in. I really don't want them to miss it. They've been standing outside, I think. Oh, there they are. Thank you for bearing with us, because we have a big surprise. Josh, if you'd come join me up here, please. Josh thought he was going to be doing this because he thought he was giving this to another one of the environmental health team members. Sorry, we pulled off a big one. So it is my pleasure to surprise Josh with help of his family and environmental health team members with the Employee of the Month recognition. This has definitely been a team effort to pull this off and hide this for 2 months as a surprise for Josh. So great job, team. We completed a monumental task. So As you all know, Josh is the Environmental Health Supervisor with Health and Human Services. He is a lifetime Dare County resident. He grew up in Wanchese, graduated from Manio High School, and then graduated from UNC Chapel Hill. He started with Dare County as an environmental health specialist just out of college, just a few months after he graduated. This was in October of 2007. He was promoted in 2018 to senior environmental health specialist, and then promoted in December of 2018, later that same year, as the environmental health supervisor. So this month marks his 17th year with Dare County in environmental health. Josh holds all 7 of the state authorizations. That includes child lead poisoning prevention, private wells, pools, tattoos, schools, child care centers, food and lodging, and on-site wastewater. And these authorizations require a written and field exam, as well as annual continuing education to maintain. Josh is a wealth of knowledge and professionalism and does an outstanding job for the county. He is well deserving of this recognition. In addition to his dedication and wisdom, he is well respected by his team members and the community we serve. Additionally, he has worked tirelessly this year on advocacy efforts to address on-site wastewater legislation that was imposed that was truly had the potential to create incredible financial hardships for businesses and residents. Josh's advocacy led him to multiple meetings in Raleigh and then locally to advocate for this. This was recognized also in words from one of his employees who shared, "Josh has worked very hard this past year to advocate for changes to the septic laws that will ensure that home and business owners can afford to have safe working septic systems." He has had multiple meetings in Raleigh and in Dare County trying to advocate for these changes. Not only does Josh advocate for our community, but he is also advocating always for his employees. As a supervisor, Josh not only checks in on how his employees are doing with their workloads, but he also makes a point to ask how we're doing and asking about our families. He then follows up with us later to check to see if there's been improvements if a family member is sick or if we expressed a concern about something. He often recognizes when an employee is overly stressed and will pull them into his office and let them know that they can take time off if needed, or he'll fill in and help fill the share. And also is available to talk if an employee needs just a listening ear. Being in environmental health is not an easy job. Josh and his team understand the delicate nature of this work and are committed to providing exceptional customer service despite sometimes some uncomfortable situations that arise. He and his team have seen the good, bad, and the ugly sometimes during inspections. And despite having to tackle some significant challenges, the department frequently gets letters and calls with compliments and accolades for their helpfulness and service. Josh and his team are always performing their jobs with the ultimate goal of ensuring establishments and sites meet code requirements for safety, all in part of assuring and protecting public health. Josh is a great family man and works really hard to maintain a good family life balance. He is a dedicated husband and father. He and his wife, Jockey, Jockey's here as a surprise too. I know y'all have to leave and go to a medical appointment. But Josh, they have 3 boys. Actually, they're representing all of the Manio school districts. They have sons in elementary, middle, and high, Carson, Archer, and Reed. And Josh and Jackie are committed to their family. They make it a point to take family vacations and do family activities, whether it's going to Disney or the mountains or the farm. They enjoy hunting, fishing, and a passion for baseball. In fact, Josh has volunteered numerous times coaching, even taking the kids very far in the state tournament. I'm incredibly proud of Josh and grateful to his service and his friendship, and I'm thrilled to be able to present this recognition that's so well deserved. So thank you. I'm sorry we pulled off, probably you're like still standing here in shock, but I know we wanted to make it a surprise. So thank you for your service and all that you do for the county.
Thank you.
Sheila,
Yes,
Josh,
Josh.
I think it's worth repeating, and you alluded to it, but Josh's work on the septic laws is going to save individual families who are faced with having to redo their septic systems, literally thousands of dollars. And I don't think that can be recognized enough. Josh, great work in that regard. Thank you.
That's huge.
Thank you.
Next, we'll do our September Employee of the Month, and if Jenny Collins would come forward for that presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies.
I'd like to introduce Molly Greenwood, who is an advanced EMT with us. And I first want to start off to say that Molly was one of our first members of our first team that got deployed to Western North Carolina recently, and she just came back. So she has been out there in Rutherford County helping them for about 5 days. And was able to tour the area through Chimney Rock. That's been just devastated. And we have another employee in the back, paramedic Sean Darcy, that just came back last night from our replacement team. So our second team is back, and we just sent another employee out this morning with the Current Tuck medical ambulance bus, and I still have Deputy Chief Francisco and the state EOC working. So, but back to Molly. She has been with us for about 2.5 years. First, about half of a year, she was part-time, and then we transitioned her to full-time. She is also a member of Hatteras Island Rescue Squad, where she is a captain down there. And Molly does a lot of training and everything. So we came to her and said, hey, we have this project, and we want you to take all the supervisors out and make sure that their beach driving is on point. No pressure. It's just all her supervisors. And so there was a formal driver training program, because driving on the beach just with the sand, and there's a lot of other inherent risk with that, especially when the beach is very populated. Most of the time, Ocean Rescue can get the patients off to us, but our QRVs are outfitted that if we do need to go onto the beach, and there are times, especially down south, that we may find that we need to do that to get the equipment out or to bring somebody off the beach. So Molly does what she always does. She just smiles and go, okay. And that's what she did. And so through her days off, we would send supervisors down, and she would do the formal training with them, and then she would go out and she would coach them, and she would correct them as to what she needed to do. And over several weeks, she worked through all of that, all the different supervisors and the QRVs to make sure that we had that readiness maintained. And for that effort and everything else that she does, she couldn't come last month because we had wilderness physicians that come out in a externship every month, and they go to Hyde, and they come up through Hatteras, and then they spend a day with us up in Kill Devil Hills. And when they were in Hatteras, Molly had them, and that was your last meeting, and it's why I couldn't get her here. Jack Scarborough said no. But Molly, thank you for everything that you do for us and for all the dedication that you have. And I'm so proud of you to be able to award this to you for September's Employee of the Month.
And now to bring us current for our October Employee of the Month, Dustin Peel would make that presentation.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board. This morning, I have the pleasure of awarding the October Employee of the Month to Matt Dabrowski in the Finance Department. Matt's title is the Accounting Specialist. However, he wears many hats. He serves as the primary point of contact for all of the county utility billing issues, P-card and gas card programs. He's responsible for troubleshooting billing issues, service issues with fuel, and reconciling every employee's credit card charges or procurement card charges each and every month. There are currently over 200 active P-cards being used each month, some of those receiving over 50 charges, and Matt's responsible for making sure all of those are coded and go to the correct account each and every month. Anytime there's an issue, Matt gets the call. He's able to quickly find a solution to keep things moving forward. Matt also plays a critical role in the procurement arm for the county. He helps write every invitation to bid, request for qualification, request for proposal, and newspaper ad, ensuring that all of the federal and state guidelines are met. Matt also works to ensure that all of the county's property disposal procedures are done correctly and that all of the public notices and resolutions reflect the correct general statutes that are being referenced. Whenever I'm out of the office, I feel confident that everything is in good hands because Matt is so knowledgeable in the field of procurement. In fact, in March of 2024, after several School of Government courses, classes, tests, conferences, Matt earned his Certified Local Government Purchasing Officer designation, making him one of 2 employees to have done so. I could stand up here all day rattling off the good things that Matt does for Dare County and the Finance Department, but there's just simply not enough time to do so. So with that, Matt, I'd like to thank you for always being so positive and willing to help out in any way possible each and every time. Thank you.
Thank you.
If those of you that have received awards this morning will go right out through this door so that Caitlin can get a picture, please.
See, Johnny didn't know it. He's just talking. What do you say, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, now's the time that's been set aside for public comment. If you have public comment this morning and you've signed up, I'll call on you. When I do, please come to the podium, state your name and where you're from. If you're not signed up, I'll ask later and you raise your hand and I'll ask you to come to the podium and state your name and where you're from. When you come to the podium, please limit your comments to 5 minutes. There's a green light that comes on when your time begins. There's a yellow light that will come on when you have about a minute left. And when the red light comes on, you need to conclude your remarks. On my sign-up sheet, the first person I have is Aida Howell.
Welcome this morning, Ms. Howell.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Aida Havel. I live in Salvo, and I'm running for Dare County Commissioner from Hatteras Island. I want to thank you for the original moment of silence this morning, and I'd also like to acknowledge that today is the one-year anniversary of a horrible tragedy in the Middle East that is still unfolding. Last Thursday evening, I participated in a candidate forum in this room, along with all of the other county commissioner candidates, including Commissioner House and Chair Woodard. The next day, Friday, the Outer Banks Voice published a story about a subpoena issued to your board. I immediately requested a copy of this subpoena and was provided with 2 subpoenas, one to your board and one to the Oregon Inlet Task Force, which is chaired by Commissioner House. On Saturday, a similar story in the Raleigh News and Observer provided a critical new detail that the 2 subpoenas had been hand-delivered to Mr. Alton by 2 FBI agents on Thursday morning prior to our candidate forum. With the 2 subpoenas and that information in mind, I looked back at the candidate forum and I wondered, did any of you, including Commissioners House and Woodard, know about the subpoenas prior to the forum? If so, why did you not make that information public so that we could have had an informed debate about this very serious issue? Those 2 subpoenas came right on the heels of the suspension of Miss Katie's dredging permits by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on September 18th, 2024, after 2 prior notices of noncompliance in April 2023 and August 2023. My questions relating to that suspension are as follows, and a number of my questions have been answered by Mr. Alton this morning, so thank you. Number 1, in its notice of suspension, the Army Corps of Engineers said, quote, Dare County must monitor, prevent, and self-report any future violations and non-compliance, close quotes. It sounds like you have put procedures and processes in place for Dare County to do that, and thank you. 2, in a second press release, after some of you met with the Army Corps said, quote, once the county provides us with their priority dredging action and requisite survey data illustrating a dredging requirement, we will be able to reactivate the first permit in a matter of days, close quotes. My question was, where are we in that process? They said a matter of days. You said shortly. I assume that will happen. There's a little bit of vagueness there, but I'm heartened that we're on the right track. Number 3, in response to a question about the dredge at the forum, Commissioner House stated there were some clarification issues that we needed to get worked out. Also, the fact of her dredging outside of the dredge boxes was a little bit cumbersome. My question was, how does that square with the Army Corps of Engineers' assertion that 98% of the dredging loads were not in compliance with the permit conditions? Again, I think you sort of addressed that, and I hope that that will not be an issue in the future. 4, on September 25th, Dare County put out a press release implying that there was some data that was not previously available and that, quote, now we all have access to and can work from the same data, close quotes. The next day, as reported by the Outer Banks Voice, the Army Corps felt it needed to respond to that press release by saying, quote, it is not accurate to say that they did not have this data. The data was not the main topic of discussion at the meeting, nor was it refuted, close quotes. I am confused by the differing accounts here, and as a member of the public, I cannot tell what the truth is. I wonder if any of you can clarify those differing accounts. Finally, my number 5 question. During the forum, Commissioner Woodard seemed to imply that the Miss Katie was not currently dredging because, quote, it's been in the shipyard for 2 weeks for maintenance, close quotes. Commissioner Woodard, are you saying that everything has been worked out with the Army Corps and that the instant the maintenance is done, the dredging will begin again? If so, when did the Army Corps approve the restart of the dredging? And again, I think the dredging will restart when the permits are reissued, but I'm confused about the issue of maintenance that was brought in. I apologize for being so blunt and pointed in my questions, but what has been uncovered and disclosed in the last 2 weeks has really shaken my faith in the openness and transparency of our local government. When we elect people, we don't expect them to be perfect, but we do expect them to be open and to share relevant information with us, even when it isn't pretty or doesn't reflect well on them. Thank you.
Next is Mary Ellen Balance.
Welcome, Ms. Balance.
Good morning. Thank you. First, I want to thank you for giving us that update on the Buxton situation, but I also want to do a quick shout out to the citizens of Buxton. Brian Harris and Wendy Munden and Heather Jeanette and the rest of the members of that community that came together when they saw a need and they saw something happening that they wanted to do something about and created the Buxton Civic Association. And I'm so proud of their efforts in doing that. In addition to reaching out to you guys and getting your support and help on that. So I appreciate, that you guys totally stepped up, helped them get that resolved, and glad to see that that is moving forward. Second reason I'm before you today is I just want to give you, because everybody knows I like to give my 2 cents. So on the school lunch thing, I wanted to just give you a who, what, and a why as to why school lunch is important for our kids. Who, right now, there's 29 states that either are or are working on a no-cost meal plan for students. In North Carolina, 106 out of 115 counties or school districts in North Carolina are currently working towards that. And actually, in 2011, there was a session law that was signed, bipartisan under Beverly Perdue, that gives any student who qualifies for free and reduced lunch also has the ability to have a free breakfast. Now, they still have to qualify, but we already do have some semblance of a no-cost meal plan for students as far as breakfast is concerned. So next I want to talk about just real quickly what. So what right now we pay for our kids to be successful in school, We provide them computers regardless of whether they have the ability to pay for them. All students get computers, the one-to-one initiative. Transportation, books, resources, anything that to help them achieve a higher achievement in math, reading, all of their subjects is provided for them. So now I want to talk about why. So in COVID, the one thing COVID gave us data. So during COVID, all kids were given the ability for free lunch. It was just done. So when those through ESSER funds, when those ESSER funds dried up and we no longer had them, and so schools had to start rethinking and pulling back. But now from pulling back those lunches, now we see the effect that that's had on our kids. And there's data that proves that not only do meals help with feeding our children, it helps their student achievement, it helps them attending school, there's documentation showing that it lowers discipline issues. So it's good. It's a student achievement. It's increasing our children's ability to learn. So if I'm looking at this, and this is the way I looked at this, because to be honest, I wasn't 100% on board. But when I look at this as a business owner, and I've owned my own business for 24 years, if I look at this as a business expense, it's the cost of doing business. If my customer is my student, and student achievement is my goal and my measurement of success, and I can prove that no-cost meal plans for students improve student success, then it becomes just like insurance, rent, or anything else that we have to do, a cost of doing business. So I'll leave it at that. I just wanted you to know where I stood on this. And at the end of the day, who wants to tell a kid they can't eat? So I'll leave you with that. And I thank you for your time. And I thank you for consideration on what will be presented a little bit later, and appreciate your support with Dare County Schools in so many ways. You guys have always been there for us. And it's for our teachers, our students, and our communities, our future. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Charles Parker.
Welcome, Mr. Parker.
Hello, my name is Charles Parker. I'm from Kill Devil Hills. And I'm very glad Mr. and Mrs. White were here, where she was talking about older adults. I'm a little bit younger than the older adult who's the chairman of the board, but I also have a hearing deficit. And what happens every meeting is the county manager, when he's asked a question, stands up and moves away from his microphone. It's very hard to hear him when he's far away from your microphone. I'm sure there's something we can do to get you a better microphone. The second thing is based on these grand jury inquiries. The county manager answered a lot of the questions. And one of the things he said was that the grand juries are looking at federal funds. Well, the federal funds flow through a public-private partnership of Dare County with these private entities. So it's saying that Dare County is not involved in this inquiry. I'd like to see someone explain that to me, because if the funds flow through here and something is not right, it could affect the county and everything else. I thought it was right in the budget where you can see those funds flowing through. Perhaps I'm wrong. So the question is, what kind of documents are they asking from the county? Because then we would all know, as your employers, what's going down. So I appreciate some answers to that, and thank you very much.
Next is Judy Carter.
At the end, address public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to see you here, Commissioner Overman. I'm glad you're back. I want to thank you first off for your important service to our community and for the many things that you've accomplished for the citizens of Dare County. Your work, because of your work, our county has state-of-the-art fire and EMS stations. And we've got a dredger that keeps our channel open for our fishermen. And we have the College of Albemarle, which provides educational opportunities for everyone in the county. These initiatives are complex and they require you to work way beyond just the county in order to get them accomplished. And I just want to let you know that we're very respectful of your work here, and we're very appreciative. Me, and I think I could speak well for everyone in the room on that. And these are just a few of your accomplishments. I look over the board packet when you guys meet, and there's hundreds of pages of information that you review and look at for every meeting, and I just don't want that to go unnoticed. It's you do a lot of work for us. Thank you. I'm a little awkward today because I want to speak about an issue that really hasn't been brought up yet, except for Ms. Balance's comments. The public comment period comes before a lot of the information, and there wasn't a lot of information in the board packet about item 8 on the agenda, which was listed as the Dare County Schools Breakfast Program. My understanding from viewing the Board of Education meetings was that it's actually a universal breakfast and lunch program. I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of what I'm here to discuss. So, and before I really make any more comments, I'd like to also thank our Board of Education, because it's very obvious that their work is with the best interests of the children in Dare County's in mind. And so I'm very appreciative of them, and they've had some rough years over the last couple of years with all the COVID issues that they've had to deal with and some of the other things that have come from that. So, I just want to give them respect and kudos on that. But at the Board of Education meeting, the last couple that were there were several unanswered questions on the topic of of the lunch and breakfast programs. In one of the meetings, an initial cost to provide it was stated at $500,000, and then that cost was lowered to $400,000. And it was unclear to me, and maybe I just missed something, but where that money was actually going to come from. I'm assuming that it's from local, state, or federal funds, which ultimately come from the tax dollars that citizens pay. I also believe that this will be a reoccurring expense, and it could increase over time, and it also could potentially have some strings attached. And by that, what I mean is that state and federal governments could use those funds as leverage in order to enforce rules and regulations that may not be acceptable or good for Dare County citizens and the children that we have here. Then we'd be left with a choice of, do we fund the whole program ourselves? Do we cut the program, or do we bend to the will of the state? And so I'm concerned about us getting in a situation like that. There's no one here that wants to see a child go hungry or feel stigmatized because their family can't afford breakfast or lunch. And that said, I think there's many unanswered questions and factors to be considered. There's a lot of ways to solve this problem, and I just encourage you, and I respectfully encourage you to consider all options and not rush to a solution that may have additional unintended consequences or additional thoughts. So thank you very much for your time today.
That's all I have on my sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to speak at public comment? Seeing none here. Anybody in Buxton want to speak at public comment?
We have one person from Buxton, Brian Harris.
Brian Harris, Buxton, North Carolina. Am I good? Everybody hear me?
We can hear you, Brian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I really wanted to drive up today and personally thank everybody. Just time was not on my side this morning. But like you said, Mr. Woodward, yeah, they're on it. They were on it Thursday and Friday. A lot of the PVC pipe was actually already removed. So this thing, I don't know. I'm real pleased with where this is going. I don't think we'll be dealing with this in 2025 by any means. So I can't thank everybody enough. All you guys on the board, Sheila, Bobby, we just really appreciate it. But I didn't think this thing was going to end. I thought it was going to drag on for years, or a couple more decades. But I just want to thank you guys enough for that. And then my second point, I just, I'm kind of new to all this stuff, but on this year's ballot, there is an open position, a nonpartisan election for the soil and board position. I am going to launch a social media and island-free campaign here in the next week or two as a write-in candidate for that position. So I'm looking forward to meeting Charlie and I guess everybody on that. And with no competition, I think I have a good chance. So, there's that. With nobody opposed, nobody on the ticket. So I look forward to working with that. And it kind of fits into all this stuff we're dealing with. Soil and water, they do a lot with storm management, what we're dealing with in Old Lighthouse Road right now. So I'm looking forward to, hopefully, I guess, being elected to that position. So I just want to thank you guys enough. And we're not popping bottles yet, but I think we will be soon. So they got a hell of a team out there right now. Sorry for that, but thanks again. Yeah. That's all I got, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Any other public comment in Buxton?
No other comments, Buxton.
With that, Mr. Chairman, we would close the public comment.
All right, County Manager, I believe Commissioner Ross wanted to respond to,
I was just gonna ask if Bobby.
yeah, or
One of the,
All right.
I think rather than wait till the end of the meeting, would you respond to some of those concerns that was?
Sure. Three things I wrote down. One was about the data.
Yeah, microphone.
Well, I turned the other one on. Are we good? Okay. There's two kinds of data that we're talking about, and the Corps was talking about one kind of data, and I was talking about the other kind of data. We did not get DQM data for the Corps box. That's uncontroverted, and when I was talking to the press, that is the data that I was talking about that we didn't get. The contractor did get coordinates for where a box would be. It just didn't come through the DQM system. And so when we're monitoring, we had no way to monitor because we didn't get the DQM data for the box. The dredge contractor had, again, coordinates where he was supposed to be dredging and is supposed to monitor that, but we couldn't monitor that. So when I said we didn't get the data, the monitoring data, I wasn't saying that no one knew where the box was. I'm saying we didn't get the data that showed up on Barton's computer where he could monitor the box much as he monitored the dredge depths. And so they were thinking I was meaning all data, and that's not what I said or what I meant. So that was that one. There was a question about the shipyard. When the permits were suspended, the vessel was in the shipyard, and I think it was in there for roughly 2 weeks. And so during the period of suspension, or at least some of the period of suspension, the dredge was in fact in the shipyard, and we would have missed those dredging days anyway. I believe it's now out of the shipyard or about to come out of the shipyard. We do not have the permits yet. We expect the permits in the next few days, if that gives you clarity there. The last thing was a question about federal dollars. The data that they've asked us for is the records that we have with regard to coastal affordable housing and the records that we have with regard to the Miss Katie dredging project. Neither of those projects were funded with any federal dollars. All those dollars came from state funds. I think the investigation, and I believe it's coming from as a result of ARPA dollars that went to the state that were used for some other purpose.
what is ARPA, Bobby? Just to be clear.
Federal ARPA dollars that went to.
What is ARPA though?
That was
American Recovery?
COVID dollars.
COVID dollars, thank you.
And those were federal dollars. And so whatever is going on is related to those federal dollars. None of the money that we got related to anything in that subpoena had anything to do with any federal dollars. It was 100% state funded stuff. And so there is no federal dollar to trace or track with regard to county funds, with regard to whatever they're investigating. So that's the three things I had written down from the public comment. Yep.
Thank you, County Manager. Appreciate that. I believe that take us to item 5.
That get us to item 5, and that's the tax collector's report, and Becky Huff's here for that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Becky.
Again, it's my yearly annual report to you, which I'm required to do by state statute. You will have a handout of the settlement report. Hang on, let me put my glasses on because I can't see. Okay. In 2023 tax levy for the county, our levy was $67,593,483.77. Of that, we collected 99.66% of it, which was $67,361,530.90. If you look on the second page at the bottom, of that amount that we did not collect, the total that we can't collect is $791,000 out of all the 10 years of billing. There's only a total of $791,000 in 10 years that we can actually enforce collections on, because we have bankruptcies, we have foreclosures, we also have unknown properties in the county, which for those people who don't know, anything considered unknown would be a lot of those little islands that are out there were given a tax parcel and they're unknown, they don't have an actual owner. And there are also little slivers between parcels when they went from manually doing assessing and the coordinates for parcels and stuff like that, then they went to the electronic and the more advanced, and they went by the deed work, and there's little slivers between parcels that nobody actually owns all across the county. They are working on going through, and some of those are being adjudicated through the courts, or they're compromising and one gets half and one gets half, that kind of a thing. They're working on those. I have actually put all of those unknowns through our foreclosure attorney's office. They have been working on a portion of them. Some of them they sent back to us and said there's really nothing that can be done on that end, but they are working on, we've cleared out a lot of those through the foreclosure attorney's office. We collect for the towns of Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk, Manio, Southern Shores, and Duck. And you can see what their collection rates are. For Kill Devil Hills was 99.67, Kitty Hawk 99.57, Manio 99.56, Southern Shores 99.93, and Duck 99.94. We also collect for their beach nourishment projects. We don't collect motor vehicle as of 2012. That is now done through the DMV. And we also, the Roanoke Island water assessment collection, the 10 years was up, but I still have the authority to collect on it. We've collected 98.66% out of a $4.875 million levy with $65,000 that's still left. And I still have people in payment plans making those payments. So those, we should be at 100% here within the next few years, have collected everything on the Roanoke Island water assessment. The legal services, Zacchaeus Legal Services is who we contract with. They've done a fantastic job for us. Over the course of their foreclosure processes, they started in 2012. They have collected for us $2,638,993.49. Now, in this past year, they've only collected $12,301. That's because we don't have that many left in foreclosure. My policies for sending someone off to foreclosures, they have to be 2 years delinquent, and have no contact with us and have not tried to make any kind of arrangements. We call, we send letters, we can do attachments to their bank accounts, their payroll, we do everything we possibly can to get them to notice us and get in contact with us. If they do not, and they've gone 2 years delinquent, then we send them off to the foreclosure attorney. We send them a letter that says, you've been sent off to the foreclosure attorney. That actually gets a lot of people to contact us. And then they can't come back off of foreclosure until everything is paid current. So with them only collecting 12,000, we have very few left in foreclosure. And when I'm done here, what I need for you to do is to authorize me to collect for the 2024 tax billing, which is, we finished it late, which is why my settlement is late. It took us a little bit longer this year to do it. The valuation for 2024 was $16,942,876,892. The gross between the county and the municipal levies that I am authorized to collect for is $107,696,176.57. So I need you to order for me to collect the taxes for 2024. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions of Becky? Good job.
Thank you. I have a wonderful staff. Come on, ladies.
All two of them.
I do this to them every year. They hate when I do this. Ricky Burris on the end is our occupancy and food and beverage administrator. Misa Godfrey is my deputy tax collector. I could do none of this without her. Corinne Etheridge is the legal assistant, and she is 100 times better at all of the deed stuff than I could possibly be. And then Katie Kaysen is our newest member. She's a customer service and helps. The phone calls all come into her first, and she's first contact with people that come into the office. And I have, hopefully I'm going to fill the last position that I've had open at the end of this month. It should be in the works. So I just think you need to know and meet all of the people who do all of the hard work to collect all this money for you.
Awesome.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to charge tax collector to begin tax collections on the current staff tax list.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Floor is open for further discussion. Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you so much, Becky.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You guys have a good afternoon.
County Manager, we need to take a 5-minute break, if you don't mind. We call the Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting in order, and I'll turn it over to the County Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to item 6 on the agenda. This is the presentation of the 2025 schedule, standards, rules for real property appraisal. And our tax assessor, Hosey Wilson, is here to make that presentation.
Hosey, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. How's everybody this morning? This is April Ferentz. She's the Assistant County Assessor. We wouldn't be here this morning if it wasn't for her, because the document that has been presented, she pretty much put together herself. So I just wanted to say thank you. Good job. Otherwise, we would have had to postpone this. So this is required by General Statute 105-317, and we are here to present the schedule. The schedule is basically the principles, basis, methodologies, legislation behind the 2025 reappraisal. What it is not is a list of values for parcels in Dare County. It is the methodology used to arrive at those values. So the document itself is roughly 200 pages. While I'm thinking about it, I would also like to thank Skylar, because if she hadn't given us additional time, it would not be in the packet today. So thank you. But we ask that you accept it as you've seen. If you have questions about it, we'd be happy to answer them. And we would also ask that you would schedule a public hearing for the schedule of values on November 4th at 9 o'clock. But we would entertain any questions you have about that document.
Not a question. It's just I had a good chance to go through this document y'all prepared. There's a lot of pages, and it was very well done. And I thank both of you for that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's not just April, it is my staff who is heavily involved in this process. They are currently reviewing. We're doing the final review of the parcels now. We anticipate mailing notices about the middle of February, and that will start the appeal period at that point. We typically watch the market all the way up until December 31st, and we adjust values as needed if need be. So If anybody has any questions, we'll entertain them. If you would like a hard copy of this document, just let Skylar know, and we will have one printed for you and have it delivered.
Sounds good, Jose. Anybody else have any questions? B?
It was extremely comprehensive. After I finished reading, going through in all 200 pages,
Yes.
my husband said, "Do you understand it all?" I said, "Some of it, yeah, but I mean, it's very detailed. Great
Yes, it
work."
is. Yes, it is. Thank you.
I was going to ask just for a thumbnail, if you could, because it explains the difference between going one by one in doing evaluation assessment and the more broad-based, and I was looking for the exact term that was used for
Mass appraisal.
mass appraisal.
Yes, sir.
Just looking for like 30 seconds, 1 minute explanation of the difference for all of us.
Valuing all parcels in the county as of one date based on their characteristics. Applying these rates and schedules to these to ensure equity among taxpayers.
So you don't have someone going every single door and every single address.
No, we use recent oblique imagery to review parcels from the desktop. And we also, I mean, we do field reviews when necessary, but we have a lot of technological tools that assist us in this process.
Thank goodness, because it hadn't always been that way, has it?
No, you know, what you used to do, and it hadn't been that long really, probably in the last 10 years, you used to have two appraisers get in a car and one of them would drive with property record cards. The other one would have a stack of property record cards by neighborhood, and the other appraiser would drive, or a driver would drive, and you would flip these cards and look at the parcels from the road. Well, that's difficult to do here, especially in the summertime. It's dangerous. So we do a great deal of it in-house. We use a multi-screen approach. We have 3 large monitors that are set up with various software programs that we use, and it's quite a interesting process to see. So I would invite you to come to the office and see it, because it's in process right now. So if you'd like to see it.
I had just had one more quick one.
Yes, sir.
I know it's a little early, but can you give us a spoiler alert on what you expect that 16.8 billion valuation from the last one to change to?
It's no mystery what the market has done since 2020, our last reappraisal. But I really can't comment on.
I knew it.
Yeah, I don't want to cause alarm. Obviously, the market is up considerably from where it's been. That's no mystery. But actual percentage increases, I won't be able to present that until after. It'll be a meeting prior to mailing notices, which we will provide all that information. We'll do that prior to your meeting. We'll meet with the towns after that. We've typically done that in the past, and I think it's been very helpful.
Yeah,
I know.
absolutely.
Thanks, Josie.
Yes, sir.
Thought I'd try anyway.
Well,
anyone else?
Nice try.
Anyone else? All right, we need a motion to schedule standards rules that they've been submitted and they are available on our for public inspection, and we need to post that public hearing and set a time and set a public hearing for November 4, 24. Do I have a motion to do so? So moved. There's a motion by the vice chair to do so. It's been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
This brings us to item 7. This is a quasi-judicial hearing for the Kinnakeet Villas LLC Cluster Home Developments Special Use Permit number 4-2024. All the witnesses that are going to be involved in this have previously been sworn in. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so you'll be hearing evidence to make the decision at the end, and Noah Gillum's here to begin that presentation.
Morning, Noah.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Before you is a 18-unit cluster home development being proposed on a parcel In Avon, the parcel's currently zoned C2. Residential applications in the C2 district revert back to the R3 dimensional standards. The site plan before you meets all the dimensional standards of the R3, including lot coverage, setbacks. The R3 does establish a density limitation of 10 dwelling units per acre. The site plan that's before you shows two parcels. The applicant is proposing to recombine those parcels together to have one parcel. After the recombination, it would be 1.81 acres for a total of 18 dwelling units proposed on the 1.8 acres. Wastewater for the site is going to be served by the existing Kinnakeet Shores Central Wastewater Treatment Plant that's just adjacent to the parcel. Throughout this process, the applicant will have to apply for several state permits, one of those being for the water or the sewer water extension, a water main extension, North Carolina stormwater permits, and sedimentation and erosion control permits. The Dare County Fire Marshal reviewed the site plan and approved it August 23rd. Dare County Public Works has reviewed it and made comments on as regards to trash pickup and a dumpster pad has been shown on the site plan based off of their comments. The applicant and the project engineer are here today too to answer any more specific questions.
Okay, thank you, Noah. Are we open for discussion? Bob?
Do you want to add any evidence to anything from the applicant?
Glad to answer any questions.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for the applicant. First, do you agree with the evidence and the testimony that Noah gave previously?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And do you consent to our board receiving your file on this matter as evidence in this matter?
Sure. Yes.
And then do you consent to the terms and the conditions contained in the SUP?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Are we open for?
You're open for questions if you have.
I'll start it if you don't mind. Noah, have we had any of the existing residents in Kinnakeet Shores notify of any opposition to this?
Per the requirements, letters were mailed to the adjoining property owners. In the packet, the property was also posted and also posted along the multi-use path there in Avon because the site is located down a side street. So
right.
Somebody riding by wouldn't see the sign. So there was one place on the corner there by the post office. No comments have been received by anybody at this time other than the property owner that owns the post office. He had concerns over an existing sewer line, but I believe the project engineer was able to put his concerns to rest that his sewer pipe actually ran in a different direction and not the direction that he thought it ran. So.
Okay. Can you address, as you very well know, in prior years, there was major concerns with the Kinnakeet Shores wastewater treatment plant. I believe they have been mitigated. Could you address that? Because this new development will be handled by that Kinnakeet Shores wastewater treatment plant. And I want to make sure there are no outstanding issues concerned with DEQ with respect to that plant.
Yes, earlier in the year, the moratorium that was on that plant was lifted. We, as the Dare County Planning Department, we have actively been issuing permits for new construction internal to the Kinnakeet Shores subdivision. The applicant has provided a willingness to serve letter from the sewer treatment plant operator, which is, justification that they have the capacity and are functioning able to service this proposed development of 18 additional homes.
Okay. I know that the applicant's willing to do a buffer. Can you explain what that buffer is going to be?
Yes, there's a buffer requirement. It's not a requirement of the cluster home ordinance, but the applicant showed a buffer on the site plan. Conditions were added to the draft SUP before you to address the planting and the perpetual maintenance of that buffer against adjacent residential uses.
Okay. That's all I have now. Does anybody else on the board have any concerns, questions that they need to ask the applicant?
You already asked the ones I wanted.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, what's the pleasure of the board? Don't everybody speak at once.
4-2024 and associated site plan for Kinnakeet Villas LLC Cluster Home Group Development be approved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the vice chairman. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Once again, the floor is open for further discussion. Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Chairman, that brings us to item 8 on the agenda. This is the Dare County Schools Breakfast Program. At our 5-on-5 meeting a few weeks ago, we met with the school board and had some fairly lengthy and detailed discussions about the breakfast program. And the 5-on-5 committee made no decisions, and they asked the school board to come back to us. I'm sorry. Yeah, breakfast and lunch. Yes.
Just comes up.
Yes. Yes. It's breakfast and lunch. We asked the school board to meet and decide what they wanted to do and to bring that back to the full board for you all to consider whatever their request might be. And I think they're here this morning to make that request. Superintendent Bassnight, I'll turn it over to you and whomever else with the commissioners that you need.
Welcome this morning, Superintendent.
Chairman, members, nice to see you this morning. Mr. Avon, thank y'all for allowing us to come talk to you. You've already recognized our board members. I've got several of those here with us today. Also have our Director of Child Nutrition, Ms. Kalita Govan, our Interim Finance Director, Mr. Shaw Daniels, and Assistant Superintendent Steve Blackstock with us as well today. I'm going to try to give you a summary, a synopsis, and a lot of information at the same time. So I apologize about all the stuff coming at you quickly. All of this has been discussed at different points in time, and I tried to put it all together so we could have it in one place. This process was started when we began looking at our end-of-year unpaid meal debt. All of the calculations that you're going to hear today are based on real numbers from last year's student meal debt sales, which were approximately 2,000 meals per day. During the 22-23 school year, of the 5,027 students in Dare County schools, 2,121, or 42% of those students, qualified for free and reduced meals. These figures are based on the 2023-24 federal income requirements for families of 4, which were $55,500 for a reduced price meal. Requirements for a no-cost meal were actually about $15,000 less than that. This year's reduced meal price cutoff has increased to $57,720. We currently have about 111 families who have applied for free and reduced meals who do not qualify primarily based on income. The majority of those families are in our pre-K program, so they're just starting to come through our school system. Before 2019, approximately 60% of the students in North Carolina qualified for free or reduced meals. Last year, 5 of our schools had a population of students greater than 50% who qualified for free and reduced meals, with a 6th school at 49%. Only 3 of our schools have qualified populations below our district average of 42%. The requirements to qualify for free or reduced meals are only factored on 2 things: the size of the household and family income. Cost of living factors such as inflation, food costs, medical bills, or rental prices are not considered. Students can also be deemed eligible for free or reduced meals as an ISP, I'll define that in a minute, student if they fall into one of the following categories. They can fall in direct certification, which is the SNAP program or food stamps, temporary assistance, or on Indian reservations, Medicaid certification, homeless, runaway, migrant, foster care, Head Start, or be deemed by a principal or school administration as qualifying. A child who is food insecure, who is hungry, is going to struggle to concentrate in school. They're going to struggle to learn. As one of my colleagues has said, proper nutrition is coupled with academic success. Feeding students is an instructional intervention, just like when we provide digital devices or school bus transportation. Think about this. We already provide students with books, computers, and transportation, but not food. I think sometimes when we talk about providing students with meals, we automatically envision teenagers or high school students. I want you to envision a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, an 11-year-old who is hungry and who knows they do not have money to eat on a regular basis. We are expected to do everything in our power to remove barriers to student learning. That's what we're trying to do. This isn't just about paying for our students' meals. We have an opportunity here to improve attendance, improve academic performance, because anyone who's ever worked in education knows a hungry child can't learn. To combat student health issues and childhood obesity, to remove the stigma attached to eating school lunch, to offer a benefit to the working families of Dare County schools, to remove the role of collection agent from our principals and child nutrition staff, and to provide nutritious meals to every student. Of the 115 districts in North Carolina, 106 of those districts are covering some or all of their school district. 80 of those districts have schools that do not qualify, but the district went ahead and covered them anyway so that no students would be left out. There was a question earlier about two different costs that we've discussed. Those are two different programs. I want to talk about both of those. The first program is called Community Eligibility Provision, or CPE. CPE is a federally funded meals reimbursement program. Under the CEP program, districts can serve all students no-cost breakfast and lunches for 4 consecutive years. Funding for these meals is calculated based on the following formula. The percentage of students who are ISP students times a USDA multiplier of 1.6%. And that equals the district's eligibility percentage. ISP, I told you I'd get to this, is the identified student percentage. The higher the percentage of qualified students that a district has, the more money they will receive for the program. Currently, we have 3 schools that are CEP schools: Cape Hatteras Elementary, Cape Hatteras Secondary, and the Dare Learning Academy. Based on last year's figures, we estimated that the cost for all 3 of those schools would total approximately $30,000 to be covered under that program. Cape Hatteras Elementary, about $7,600, Cape Hatteras Secondary, $22,000, and the Dare Learning Academy, $270. Using the formula I described earlier, if we increase the number of ISP student meals provided by 5%, that $30,000 cost would drop to $14,000. If we increase that number by 11%, then the cost would drop to about $1,000. We have estimated the cost overall for all of our schools to be covered under the CEP program at approximately $500,000. Second program that we've talked about is the Universal Meals. Actually, Universal Meals is not a program. Universal Meals means that all students will receive a complete breakfast and lunch each day at no charge to them. The district will receive federal reimbursement for students who qualify and eat. And I want to stress that. It's not just students that qualify for the program or for free and reduced meals. They have to eat. The more qualified students who eat school meals, the more federal reimbursement dollars we receive. The district would be asked to cover the cost of non-covered students. That's why we're here today. We have estimated, based on last year's numbers, the cost to cover all of our schools that are not CEP would be a little over $400,000. As I stated, if we increase the number of students who are ISP eligible and who are eating, we will increase federally funded meals, which will decrease the amount of money that has to be locally funded. So here's some figures. Free, reduced, and paid meals. These figures show the average percentage of students district-wide in each of the categories, free, reduced, and paid, who ate breakfast and lunch for the last 2 years. Approximately 60% of our students ate, who were free meal eligible, ate breakfast in 22-23. Last year, that number went to 65%. We have very few students who are reduced meal eligible. Both 22-23 and 23-24 were about 4.9%. And for students who did not or were not covered as free and reduced, about 29% of those students ate in 22-23 and 29 ate in 23-24. So only about 30% of our students who are not covered by these programs were eating those meals in the last 2 years.
What were they eating, Steve?
They may not
Brought
be
a
eating
lunch?
lunch or bringing from home.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the
Yes,
context
sir.
of your remarks.
Yes, sir. They were not purchasing school meals.
And the first group under free, I think you quoted 60 or 65% were eating?
The 2 years ago, 60.3, last year, 65.4.
So if there were 100 qualified under the free program, only 65 of the 100 were eating.
Yes, sir.
35 did not eat lunch.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
It begs the question why, but
Yes,
I'll
sir.
let you continue.
Great point. So following, well, let me do lunches as well. 22-23, 50% of our students who were free lunch eligible ate. That number was 52.8 last year. For our reduced meals, those were 4.7 and 4.1. And students who were paying for their meals and not covered as free and reduced, approximately 45% 2 years ago and 43% last year. So we're looking at a significant number of students who were not eating, even if they were covered as free and reduced. Since our September 17 meeting, the day after our board meeting, our board authorized us to allocate approximately $46,000 to cover 1 month's meals in Dare County schools for our students. We began that on September 17th, the day after the meeting. Our breakfasts district-wide have increased by 34.8%. In real numbers, that's an additional 258 breakfasts in Dare County schools a day. Elementary went up 28%. That's 152 meals a day. Middle went up 32%. That's 37 meals a day. And high school went up 69%. That's an additional 70 meals a day. For lunches, district-wide, we've increased by 12%. That's 233 meals per day. The elementary school lunches have gone up 5.4%, 52 meals a day. Middle school has gone up 18.9%. That's 79 meals per day. And high school has gone up also 18.9%. And that's an additional 102 meals per day that we're serving. We are currently sending out our free and reduced meal letters to families. At the beginning of each school year, any family that was qualified the previous year will be covered into October of the next year, so they don't have to have all the forms turned in day one in order to be covered by this program. The application information that we're posting on our website and letters that we're sending out is going to be a little bit different. If a family was covered last year, obviously they're covered at the start of the school year this year. I believe that in the past, people believed that if they filled out that form, that all they were talking about is getting free or reduced breakfast or lunches. But it also qualifies you for several other things that we are emphasizing in this letter and on our website. If you qualify for free and reduced meals, if you fill out that application and qualify, you also qualify for Amazon Prime access, discounted internet access, AT&T Lifeline, which is discounted wireless phone service, AP testing reduced fees, college entrance exam fee waivers, Sunbucks, which is the summer EBT program, Food for Thought resources, which you talked about earlier, increased full school funding for other programs for our school, and free and reduced lunches in school. We are hoping that our families take a look at what they can get in addition to free and reduced lunches in this program. And if you want to find out, anyone want to find out more information about this, please go to our school website, scroll down on the main page under the big opening picture and click on free and reduced meals. There's an apple right below it. Based on our estimates, by funding this program, you will save families with students in Dare County schools somewhere between $700 and $1,200 per year. At our recent 5-on-5 meeting between your board and the Dare County Board of Education, you requested that the Board of Education decide what our board wanted to request from the commissioners. At our recent special called meeting, the Board of Education voted 6-1 to request additional funding for universal meals for our students. Thank you.
Okay, board, I'm opening up for any questions you might have for Superintendent Bass Knight.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, B.
Under the universal plan, is there a requirement for parents to apply for that at all?
There's a requirement to apply for the free and reduced meals, which is a segment of that. That's why we're really pushing this. It's not just about free and reduced meals. It's about all of these other benefits. So there's always been a hesitation to get our families to fill out those forms for whatever reasons that they have personally. We're trying to show them that it goes beyond just their students eating those meals.
But under the universal plan, there'll still be a reduced price? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
It won't be free.
They're still free and reduced for all those students that qualify based on their application.
Okay, I guess my question is, under the universal plan, I thought it would be free for everybody.
There would still be no cost to students.
Oh, okay. It's a reimbursement amount. Is that what it
Right.
boils down to?
What we're talking about with CEP and universal meals
Uh-huh.
is that students would not go up and pay for a meal. Really, the two
Okay.
programs is how are the meals going to be paid for on the backside.
On the
There's no
backside,
difference to
with
students.
the federal money that
Yes,
comes
ma'am.
in to pay for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have a follow-up.
No students would be paying for meals under
Gotcha.
either program.
Okay. And the figures you gave us for the last 30 days, that's just for the schools, that didn't include the Hatters schools and Dare
No,
Lane?
ma'am.
That was a grant.
Okay, yeah, grant for that. I had one more question. Oh, do you have any data on the number of meals served during COVID when all meals were free for kids? How many people, do you know how much the children took advantage of?
I don't have them standing in front of you, but we can get that.
All right.
Steve, I got a couple while the
Yes, sir.
board's thinking about what they want to ask. The CEP federally funded program, is that something you have to qualify every year?
It's a 4-year. Once you qualify, your ISP lasts for 4 years.
All right.
And after the 4th year, you have to
So
reassess.
you have to requalify at the end of 4 years.
Correct. And you can requalify, it's based on ISP percentage. So it can be as low as 25%. But when you're that low, the federal reimbursement rate is blended and you do not receive much federal funding.
Okay. One of the things you're proposing is the more that qualify, the more the fund will be reduced. How
Qualify and eat.
Qualify and eat.
Yes, sir.
How do we plan on guaranteeing that?
We've already started our campaign to get people to qualify or to at least fill out the forms. That's the first step. We've got to convince people to take the step and fill out the form. Now, the reason I provided you with the increase in meals since we started offering those was to show you that kids aren't eating for whatever reason. I can't tell you all the reasons they're not eating, but in looking at those numbers at some of our more highly or I guess less qualified schools, our number of students in those schools has actually gone up significantly since we started offering those meals at no charge.
How do we fight the stigma of filling out the form to qualify? Do y'all have any plans to try to tackle that?
Well, we do have online. You can apply online, and that goes directly to us. We do not share this information with anyone. And when a student comes through the line, there is no one that knows if they're free, reduced, or paid. Because, I mean, we have a lot of online payments. There's no money exchange in hands, and there's no flash that comes up that says free student. It's based on unique numbers, so no one knows if they're free or reduced or even paying.
I'm sorry, Bob, let me ask this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Under an administrative part, you're enrolling your child in school. Could you not make that form a part of enrollment?
It is. So every student
It'd be
has
mandatory for them to fill it out before it's told.
It's not mandatory because it's a federal program, so we can't actually mandate it. But we offer it to every household. By law, you have to give it to every household. Every student has to have a free or reduced application in some shape or form, whether it's access to online or paper. But we can't mandate them to complete it because it is a federal program.
Okay.
But we encourage, them to complete it.
Gotcha.
Under the Universal Meals Program,
Yes, sir.
every child is fed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But every child, family has not submitted an application that we were talking about just a minute ago. So what is the incentive for those folks? The basic incentive from our side is that there would be more federal funding coming in to reduce this $400,000 that we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So what is the incentive for the families to help us out here to fill out those applications?
That's what we're trying to stress right now is it goes beyond, there are things that you would benefit from by filling this out that go beyond just breakfast and lunches. I don't know to what degree that's been done in the past. We're going to do everything we can to push that information out and encourage families to do that. What we've seen already is the increase in students who qualify as well as students who don't qualify. So as long as those numbers have increased and we continue to push it out, and we are in our cycle right now of getting those renewed, then we have a belief that it may continue that way. Based on the information that I've gotten from across the state, other superintendents have shared that their meal numbers have all gone up. And that's pretty common.
The carrot then is that list of things that you mentioned that were the additional.
We're going to push
the additional benefits.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the fact that their child doesn't have to worry about any kind of stigma, going through a line, anyone knowing anything.
Gotcha.
Let me finish. I'm almost let everybody have an opportunity, but while my thought process is here, I'd like to finish my comments. I was trying to write as fast as I could. You said there were other additional benefits if you qualified. You mentioned Amazon. Amazon what? I couldn't write fast enough because you went through all of them.
Amazon Prime access.
All right, so Amazon Prime access, okay.
Free delivery of packages.
Discounts on what?
Internet,
Internet? I believe there's a.
wireless phones, discounted wireless phone service, AT&T Lifeline.
AT&T only?
Yes, sir.
Lifeline.
AP testing fees? I think you
Reduced
mentioned.
fees for AP testing, yes, sir.
Reduced AP, all right. Also fees for.
College entrance
College
exam
entrance.
waivers.
And then some potential support from Food for Thought.
Yes, sir.
So all of those.
Sunbucks, the summer EBT program.
So all of those are additional benefits if in fact the family qualifies.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Even if they don't want to eat, I mean, if they fill out the form.
Pardon? Pardon?
Even if they don't eat at school, if they complete the form and they qualify, they could get those benefits.
Okay. And I believe now this, under the CEP, your number now is like 400,000. Is that correct?
CP would be about 500,000 for all of our schools.
For all. Okay.
Universal meals would be about 400,000.
Okay.
But again, there's also, and this is looking down the road, if we increase those numbers at schools who are currently not CEP schools, you can't apply in the middle of the year, but next summer, there's the opportunity, we may have the opportunity with increased numbers in those other schools that they would qualify for CEP. So we would move them from the universal meals to the CEP program, and that would reduce the cost as well.
I think you also touted the fact that currently students are provided books, transportation, computers. Did I miss anything else?
No, sir.
I know I've got a couple more, but I'll yield to my fellow commissioners to.
Yes, Steve, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding right.
Yes, sir.
The more meals that are purchased, the less it's going to cost us.
Yes, sir. And I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive. The way that works is the more free and reduced meals, the more students who qualify for free and reduced who eat, which means the more students under that program that are eating our lunches, the more we can claim from federal reimbursement. And federal reimbursement is higher than students who do not qualify for those programs. So we actually get more money back every time a student who is qualified for free and reduced eats at school. So if we can increase the number of students, not only who are applying, but who are in the program and eat, the more money we get back, the less that we would have to pay from local funds.
The other thing, when you have to qualify another 4 years, does that threshold change to the higher level?
Well, ironically, this year we had a higher multiplier that we could have used for CEP, the 1.8 multiplier instead of 1.6, which would have helped us. You want to jump on that?
The state of North Carolina has a grant in all new CEP programs at schools that are coming on CEP. If they meet certain requirements, could get an additional 0.2% from the state of North Carolina. So the multiplier could be at 1.8 with the state grant.
Okay. Which actually significantly changes those numbers. The ISP times 1.8 versus ISP times 1.6.
Thank you.
Explain to me again how a family would save $700 to $1,200 a year. Explain to me.
Breakfast costs $1.50. Lunch costs $3.25. Depending on how many kids that you have in school, enrolled in Dare County schools at whatever grade levels. Elementary costs are actually a little bit below that. You multiply the number of breakfasts and lunches by the number of students that you have in your family over a school year.
Anybody else have any?
Oh, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
I was waiting my turn.
Yes, sir.
Attaboy, paying attention.
I love these. Yeah, well, I know. I love my fellow commissioners, especially Commissioner House. Did Ms. Balance earlier said something that I thought was actually quite telling, and I want to make sure that it's not an unfounded claim.
Yes, sir.
Academic performance has been documented and proven to improve when kids are well fed, have lunches, and are not going hungry. Is that a fact?
I think what I said in my presentation was attendance, academic performance, and I think she mentioned discipline as well. And those are all things that we're hearing from schools that have been doing this.
So I left out attendance and discipline.
And discipline go down, attendance
Go
goes
down.
up, discipline goes down.
And attendance goes up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mark all three of those as good things. Moving to my next point. This will go down, the cost that is, and you've explained how with the more higher volume of meals eaten, which again, you have emphasized repeatedly, that's how we get a higher reimbursement per meal from the federal government than the cost of the meal. So we kind of are making money on each reimbursed meal. Thirdly, I've done some math, and in terms of our county budget, we are devoting many hours here to approximately less than 0.3% of our budget, gentlemen, ladies. I'll repeat it for emphasis, less than 0.3% of the budget, okay? You mentioned something else that caught my attention. Families qualify based upon income, and I thought this was extremely important, Steve. In the last 3 years, have food costs, necessities, 3 years, gone down for the average family in Dare County?
No, sir.
Have they gone up?
Yes, sir.
20, 25, sometimes 30% or more? Am I correct in that?
And
So that's it.
We just increased our breakfast and lunches by 25 cents.
Yeah. And I'm talking overall necessities. Every time you go to the store, from 3 years ago, prices are much, much higher.
Yes.
And those families that qualified 3 years ago are facing enormous pressures every time they go outside to stock the shelf and fill the home's cupboard. Okay? Last thing I'm going to quote from our own sheet, fellas, ladies. How will these decisions impact our children and families? Question mark. I have been struggling to find the negative impacts. I have heard from several folks say, we shouldn't do this. This just expands big government. I've given it a lot of thought. I don't see this as a frivolous use of our resources. It is an extremely small sliver of our resources. It has data supporting the incredible benefits to those, frankly, that are perhaps our most important treasure, our kids.
Amen.
So you'll get my vote, yes. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Ross. Anybody else?
I would
Go
like
ahead.
to say that
Go ahead,
you
Bob.
have the data, but I have been in the classroom and I know a child that's been fed does much better in all those areas you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I support this. Yes.
Yes.
My question is, we've thrown out a bunch of numbers and a bunch of dollars. If the board approves this, how much money are you asking for us? I don't know how much I need the budget to try to cover what you're asking for, because I don't have.
That was my question before we ended.
So-
But bottom line, what are you asking us for this morning?
If I remember, 415,000 is the total. We can do that multiple ways, and I really would bow to Rashad and Dave and Anna sitting down and looking at the numbers about the most beneficial way to do that for both entities, whether that's a monthly X amount of dollars or if it's a yearly $415,000. So that's what we're talking about.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
my suggestion is that if you all
Not to exceed.
elect, do a not to exceed
to exceed.
415, and then Dave and them can work out how we transfer dollars when they're needed.
I believe Commissioner Couch had a question.
Sunbucks, again, is this a benefit of going into this program?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
Okay, so that'll be in the summer.
In the summer.
Okay.
Yes.
I know that it was well done in Hatteras. Yes, it was during the COVID, but I mean, when families, when mom, a lot of cases, dads are working, cleaning houses and stuff, this is food that goes into their kids and extremely helpful. It was very successful in Hatteras. And by the way, Kalita, thank you for your help down there with CEP. Probably some members of board, when they found out it was 70%, was like, there's no way. Yes way. There's a lot of poor people down there. Will this increase, will there need to be more manpower to implement this? Is this going to involve hiring?
Based on what we've seen in the districts that we've talked about, there really hasn't been an increase in hiring individuals to make sure to stay. We're pretty much bare bones anyway, and the staff is doing what they can do. But I haven't heard anybody say that you've got to go out and hire new people.
That's true. But our goal is to feed every student in Dare County. That's almost 5,000. So hopefully we can do that. So if we get that, maybe we don't have to. But that's our goal, every student.
Well, just last thing, the supplements, I've had one teacher have a real impact on me, wiping tears out of her eyes, who was so appreciative of that money. And another thing that concerns me, and I don't know about the accuracy of this, sometimes you wonder where the information is coming from, but I am concerned about, and if you just want to weigh in on our opinion on this, about teachers going into their pockets to buy school supplies. That's important too. Thoughts?
We've been doing this for a long
Been doing it for
time.
years.
I don't know of a teacher that doesn't purchase stuff for their classroom as far back as I can remember in working in schools. I don't know that we'd ever be able to pay them enough not to go pick up this or that, or I remember one teacher actually supplied her entire classroom with pencils and erasers, and she had them in bins so that when kids that came in that didn't have that, they could just go pick one up. You know, the days of trading your shoe to get a pencil so that you made sure you brought the pencil back and all that. It's just the state of education. Teachers want their students to have everything they possibly can have.
Does Dare County, do we lead the state in what we give our students?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, per student, we contribute per student, in my understanding, more than any other school district. Per population.
We're in the top
five.
We're in the
Top
top
five.
five.
Okay.
We're in the top 5.
Okay. Well, you can probably read my mind here. This board has supported education, and rightly so.
Thank you.
And just want to make sure when have to come back to the well that we're thinking about teachers' salaries. And I would agree with that the student is the customer, but resources, being able to make sure the kids have the tools they need to be successful. The computers are big, really, really big. And just hope going forward that we can continue to manage this smartly. And I commend y'all for your hard work.
Thank you, Danny. And I'd like to say to this board too, when I've stood in front of you, since the day I took this job, with some of the best people that we could find working around me and giving me the information I need, I don't think I've asked you for one thing that wasn't for our kids and for our people. And I promise you I'll continue that.
Steve, let me ask you a question, getting back to the number of qualified folks, and we're starting out proposing $415,000, and we're anticipating that number will reduce
Hoping. Yes, sir.
as we move forward. So when would the county know, when would you know that this number is not the right number anymore, that it's less than that?
I was gonna say, we
I
can
mean,
let
is
you
that
know.
is that on a monthly basis? If we set it up on a monthly basis or a yearly basis, whatever, how do we know when that number changes?
Well, it changes monthly, but if we're looking for it for the future, I would think a year, because if we're looking forward to CEP, that's going to take place in April. And by the time April comes, we'll know better, if our identified percentages, our, student populations are, and we'll know, if we can actually, our break even for CEP, you kind of look at that based on, the more students you feed with CEP, the higher your reimbursement rate would be. So with CEP, you need to know more data.
Vice Chairman Overman, each year at budget time, under our funding formula, we go back and look at the school's expenses for the previous year. I think we close out February or thereabouts. And Dave and his team and Aaron and her team get together and come up with that so that we then, under the budget formula, set that. What will happen here, I would anticipate, is that if you all approve 415, then our starting point next year will be that 415. We'll look back at budget time. Do we have any data available that changes that number up or down? If we do not, then we would continue it at that 415. If there's something to indicate a change, we would do it. You've done a not to exceed number, so we're not going to be writing a check for 415. We're going to do it incrementally, and as it comes down, we'll pay less. When we look at it the next budget year, we'll say, okay, we only paid this last year, so now we can, instead of budgeting 415 not to exceed, we can do some other number based on previous history.
So this will be a part of the normal and ordinary course of the
Yearly
5-on-5
budget.
funding
Yearly
formulation.
budget.
Makes
Okay.
perfect sense, Bob.
That's what I was trying to get.
Absolutely.
Well, I think I mentioned in our 5-on-5 meeting, I spoke for the ones of us there at that time, and I think I can speak for this board. I don't think there's a person on this board that wants to see a school kid in Dare County go hungry.
Amen.
So, did you have something?
I was gonna make a motion.
All right, well, I'll make a final comment. We've had a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of 5-on-5. And as Commissioner Ross clearly stated, it's on every one of our agendas, how will these decisions impact our children and families? And I know for a fact that there's been teachers, there's been principals that have stepped up to the plate and paid for that child's meal. Our teachers and our principals, they don't need to be pulling money out of their pocket to provide meals for our kids. Our kids are the most sacred human beings that live in Dare County. Under no circumstance would I ever not want to see a child have a meal at school. Absolutely not. For that reason, I support this wholeheartedly. Our school system, our children are our future. They will be sitting at this dais in future years. I want them to have every single opportunity afforded them to be able to live and work in Dare County. So I have no problem whatsoever.
Thank you, sir.
Supporting feeding our children
Second
in
this
Dare
motion.
County.
Second this motion.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Second.
Did you make a motion?
I didn't make a motion, but
Thurman, did you?
Commissioner Bateman did. Commissioner Mason.
I'll second that motion.
Let me finish. I'd like for that motion to be stated. I'd like for that motion to be stated.
I make a motion that we support this wholeheartedly, with a ceiling of $415,000.
All right, it's been, motions on the floor by Commissioner Bateman. It's been
Second.
seconded by Vice Chairman Overman. It's been seconded by Commissioner B. Bass Knight. Anybody else would like to second it?
I would like to make one.
On record that the whole board said.
Absolutely, absolutely. The whole board seconded, I second it.
I would like to make one comment.
And with that being said, there is a motion on the floor and consensus of the remaining board members seconded it. The floor is open for discussion, continued discussion. Commissioner House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have a consensus on the board, and I think you know where this is going. All of us up here, like all of us have stated, we don't want a child to go hungry. Should not even be an issue. The issue I've had with this entire thing is the message that was sent out to a parent that was said, your negative budget is now going to determine that your child will not receive a meal. That, to me, was inexcusable. And I would hope that the school administration would really look at the messages they send out before they send them out and how that could impact the entire county. I just wanted to get that on the record as saying, you know, I was appalled when I saw that message, and in no way should anyone, especially a school board, notify a parent that says, we're not going to feed your kid.
I don't think it was a board. I think it was a principal.
Or principal or administration, school administration.
It was administrator.
School administration.
So I just want to make that perfectly clear. But yes, I support this program.
I would look at Chairman Twitty.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that that lesson was learned on this incident?
Yes, sir. It certainly has.
Okay, done and said.
Okay, absolutely. All right, anyone else? All right, with that being said, there's a motion on the floor. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thanks, board.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
There's some housekeeping along
Yes.
those lines before we move on. We'll need another motion that authorizes us to move funds out of the fund balance not to exceed $415,000 to be paid, to be used for this purpose.
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Dave.
For the county manager to execute a budget amendment for that.
Gotcha. Okay,
So moved.
there's a motion on the floor by the vice chair.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bass Knight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Commissioners, I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the Board of Education for today and all the days in the past and the years that y'all have supported our students and teachers, administrators. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. County Manager, give you a call later today to find out. We don't want to lapse in between what we covered and for the month from our board meeting and beginning of this program. So
Your finance folks.
we'll do.
Get with that.
So I'll give you all, thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent.
That brings us to item 9 on the agenda. This is a resolution by the County of Dare in support of reinstituting the AEC designation for Jockey's Ridge State Park. Would you like me to read this, Mr. Chairman?
Would you please?
Yes, sir.
County
Whereas Jockey Ridge State Park is the most visited state park in the state of North Carolina and is the only state park within the boundaries of the town of Nags Head. Whereas the North Carolina Coastal Resources Commission protects its beautiful and fragile coastline resources thanks in part to the Coastal Area Management Act and the rules and policies of the CRC. And whereas Jockey's Ridge State Park is an existing state park, a nature preserve, and contains unique geological formations as identified by the state geologist, and therefore meets the criteria of AEC designation as established in GS 113A-113. And whereas GS 113A-115 states that AECs should not be deleted unless it's found that the conditions upon which the original designation was based have been substantially altered. And whereas at an August 6, 2024 special meeting, the North Carolina Coastal Resources Commission voted unanimously to begin the process of reinstituting the area of environmental concern protections for Jockey's Ridge State Park to include a prohibition on removing sand from the park and restrictions on development immediately adjacent to the park. And whereas the Jockey's Ridge State Park is an important educational, scientific, and scenic resource that would be jeopardized by uncontrolled or incompatible development, and whereas the preservation of this valuable resource of more than local significance is the objective of this designation, and whereas a public hearing regarding the AEC for Jockey's Ridge State Park is scheduled to be held at the Jockey's Ridge State Park Community Room in the Parks Visitor Center at 300 West Carolista Drive, Nags Head, NC, on Tuesday, October 15th at 2024 at 1:00 p.m. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dare County Board of Commissioners does hereby formally submit this resolution in support of the reestablishment of Jockey's Ridge State Park as an area of environmental concern and allow it the special protections granted by the designation. Adopted this the 7th day of October 2024.
Move to adopt the resolution, please.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch to
Second.
adopt the resolution. It's been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Next is item 10. This is a resolution in support of honoring Dare County's veterans by participating in Operation Greenlight from November 4th, 2024 through November 11th, 2024. Before I read the resolution, is there anything that you'd like to add to that, Dorothy?
Just to say that we did this last year.
Mm-hmm.
And during the time period that the Wall That Heals was here, and it was well received. A lot of the towns participated as well. So we really are using that blueprint to do the same this year, because I do think it's a wonderful way to honor our veterans.
There's commercial entities now that are wanting to jump on board with this too.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, when we did it last year, we had a lot of businesses and a lot of residents do the same thing, so.
I think it'll just grow every year.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yes, sir, please.
Whereas Dare County recognizes the necessity and value of employing dedicated veteran services officer whose role includes aiding and advocating for local veterans by helping them to navigate the complexities of veteran-specific benefits, resources, and programs, and ensuring they receive the benefits and assistance they deserve. And whereas the Dare County Board of Commissioners established the Dare County Veterans Advisory Council in respectful recognition of the service and sacrifice of all Dare County veterans as represented in all 5 branches of the United States military. And whereas members of the Dare County Veterans Advisory Council assist Dare County veterans by serving as a liaison with the community in coordinating services and activities that benefit local veterans and their families, and also solicit information and provide updates about activities honoring veterans in our community. Whereas the residents of Dare County have the utmost respect, appreciation, and gratitude for all the men and women who have selflessly served our country and community in the United States Armed Forces, and believe these service members should be granted specific recognition. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices made by those who have served in the United States Armed Forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and Dare County seeks to honor these individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in various organizations, such as the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, religious groups, and community organizations, as well as through civil service and by volunteering at various community-based events. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and currently 42% of the transitioning service members stationed in bases throughout North Carolina plan to stay in North Carolina upon their transition to civilian life. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life, and that active military service members transitioning from military service are at high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas more than 3,200 veterans who are currently residing in Dare County are receiving services provided by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs that range from health care to assistance with filing claims. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, and boroughs to participate in Operation Green Light for Veterans by shining green lights throughout their communities to let veterans know they are seen, appreciated, and supported. And whereas Dare County participated in Operation Green Light for the first time in November of 2023, and an array of Dare County government buildings were illuminated with green lighting to demonstrate the community's appreciation of and support for local veterans. Therefore, be it resolved that having officially been designated a Green Light for Veterans County, Dare County announces its upcoming participation in Operation Green Light 2024, and hereby declares November 4th, 2024 through November 11th, 2024, a time to salute and honor the services and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform. And therefore, be it further resolved that in observance of the Operation Green Light 2024, the Dare County Board of Commissioners encourages its citizens to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve our freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence from November 4th through November 11th, 2024. This is the 7th day of October, 2024.
Well, I'd like to personally make this motion because I am a veteran, a proud veteran. And I'd like to support this motion, make this motion.
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice Chairman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
We have a short video. Yeah.
You told me that.
Mans Harbor is a small community tucked between the shores of
That's true.
Crookston
No.
Sound and the Alligator.
We can watch that one too. It's fine.
Soon it will be Veterans Day, a time to come together to honor the men and women who have selflessly served our nation. This year, Dare County invites you to show your support for our local veterans by participating in Operation Greenlight. From November 4th to November 11th, select county and town facilities will be lit green to demonstrate our community's unwavering support and respect for our local veterans. Please join in by shining a green light at your home or business during this time to let our veterans know that they are seen, appreciated, and supported. Show your support by lighting it up green. For more information, visit darrenc.gov/greenlight.
Very nice, Dorothy. Thank you all for
Absolutely. That was
doing
awesome.
that.
And we'll start promoting it pretty widely because we do have that webpage ready to go.
Thank you. County
All right.
Manager?
Item 11 on the agenda is a report from the Dare County Soil and Water Conservation. And Charlie Saunders is here to make that presentation.
Charlie, good morning. Thank you for your patience and waiting so long down the agenda line there.
I appreciate it. I honestly thought you were gonna get a lunch. First things first, as a veteran, I'd like to say that I appreciate that. So, Skylar, can we have the PowerPoint? Oh, okay, I see. So I can't see it up here. So,
Charlie, right in front of you. Is that on there?
yeah, sorry, I haven't used this one yet. So,
Here comes the pro.
thanks, Matt.
Help you cut it on.
There we go. All right. Sorry about that. So I figured this is my first actual report to the board. So I figured I'd go through a little bit of what we do, since most people hear about the Soil and Water Conservation District and they have no idea what we are or what we do. So first things first, the conservation districts were established back in the 1930s. They came about because of the Dust Bowl. The man that was behind that whole movement was actually a man from Anson County, North Carolina, named Hugh Hammond Bennett. He grew up on a farm in Wadesboro, North Carolina. Went to Chapel Hill. He ended up working for the USDA as a surveyor. He eventually began lobbying for soil conservation and worked with Texas Senator James Buchanan to establish soil erosion experiment stations and what would eventually become the Natural Resource Conservation Service, or NRCS. Each county has their own district with 5 supervisors. Three are elected, 2 are appointed. There are some exceptions to that. It's like the Albemarle district has like five counties in it where they basically pool their resources. So the purpose of these conservation districts is basically to deliver state and federal cost share programs to provide technical assistance for erosion and sedimentation and stormwater issues, and to assist in conservation efforts through easements, education, and outreach. want to emphasize, we are non-regulatory. We use carrots, not sticks. And it works pretty well. So the Dare Soil and Water Conservation District got started sometime in the 1960s. I looked to try to find an official start date. I can't find one. There seems to be some blurriness between when it was run by the NRCS and when we became an independent district. But we focus largely on non-agricultural soil and water conservation. So most conservation districts are focused mostly on agricultural issues. In Dare County, we don't have very many agricultural issues because we don't have very much agriculture. We have a little bit, but not a whole lot. So we're free to focus on the non-agricultural issues, which we have an abundance of. One of our bread and butter programs is what we call CCAP, or the Community Conservation Assistance Program. I'll go into that in a little more detail in a minute. Also, the stream flow rehabilitation assistance program. You may remember me being here a couple months ago talking about that. I'll go over that a little bit more later. We also work together with NRCS and various NGOs. So CCAP is a state cost share program that was implemented in 2006. It's incentive based. It's based on reimbursement. Someone does something that we want to, they pay for it, and we submit reimbursements for them to the state, and state cuts them a check. This is mostly to reduce what's known as non-point source pollution. For anybody that doesn't know what that is, it's basically runoff. So point source would be something like water coming out of a specific pipe, out of a point. Well, non-point source would be runoff off of, let's say, an agricultural field or off a lawn, right? There's no one point that you can specify. It's just a generalized area. We use approved best management practices. And we'll work with anybody, homeowners, businesses, schools, parks, publicly owned lands, whoever wants to do it. Our focus is the greatest good. Our focus is stopping pollution, stopping and mitigating erosion. It's not the specific person. There are some rules, such as a site has to be developed for at least 3 years to qualify. So if you're building a new house and you won't help put in a permeable driveway, we can't do that. It's got to be something that's already there.
Charlie, who's the picture? Where's the picture there with that excavator and stuff? That's in the county, right?
Yes, sir. So that is a Marcel that was just completed out in Stumpy Point.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yep, and I'll go over that in just a minute. So we have several different different categories of practices. First, I'll go over what we call what I call the engineered or constructed practices. These are abandoned well closures, cisterns. You have constructed drainage practices such as diversions and grass wells. Some of the stuff is technical. I'm not going to bore you with the details. Permeable pavement, and often even things as simple as pet waste receptacles. these are things that generally involve engineers. They're generally think things that have to be built and put together.
Charlie, what is that in the picture? What are they?
So that one there, let me see if I can. Oh, so that one there is those are some cisterns that were put in. I think it's at Manio High School.
Gotcha.
So that one of my predecessors did that one. All right. Next are the wetland practices. So these are backyard rain gardens or wetlands. These are stream restorations. These are stream riparian buffers. Things of that nature. The picture here is actually one we finished at Duck a couple years ago. So some of you may recognize that. These are great practices that we can help you with. We used to do a lot of these because they were fairly inexpensive, and CCAP's budget for a long time was very low. We've gotten away from these to a certain extent because the budget's gone up and we're focusing on bigger projects. Next is the living shorelines. Now this is what we've been focused on recently. The pictures up here, the one on your left is the new living shoreline up in Duck. So we actually cost shared on the plantings on that. The actual seal and everything was part of a brick grant that they got. But if you look closely at the picture, you can see little sprigs of black needle rust sticking up out of the water. That was something that we helped out with. On the right is that seal and Stumpy Point that we just finished, and we have some more interest on doing more there. Now, CCAP funding in Dare County, you see this for a long time. It was really low. Now that is not a knock on my predecessors. The CCAP limit that the state had in place for a long time was I think $5,000. So it was not very well funded for a long time. The last couple of years, they've injected a lot of one-time funds into it, which brought the limits last year and this year to $50,000 per project and $100,000 per county. Yes, sir.
Charlie, real quick question on the chart 2021. This was a clarification for me.
Yes, sir.
The funds awarded in 21, if I'm reading that, look like $16,000. Funds returned look like $14,000 or $15,000. And the funds utilized, the gray line appears to be almost zero.
Yes, sir. So that
what am I missing here, Charlie?
So that has been an issue. So for a long time, we focused on helping individual landowners do projects, and unfortunately, when you're working with individual homeowners, especially during a pandemic, a lot of times funds become short. They're not able to complete the project, and so we have to return the funds to the state.
Well,
so that's a lot of what happened there. Is you have people that got awarded, and then they lost their job. Something happened. Someone got sick. Life happens, and they weren't able to complete the project, so we weren't able to pay out on it.
Next logical question is, where's the yellow line and gray line for 22 and 23?
So we have started focusing on larger projects, and we as a board we have gotten a little bit better about picking projects that are more likely to to fruition. And so we have the two projects we had funded this past year. One of them's already almost completed, and the other one is caught up in CAMA permit. In that legal.
I understand that
Yeah,
part.
we understand that.
That one is painfully obvious to us.
I love Yvonne. It's not her fault. Cam, it just is what it is. But he's having to get a major permit, and that takes time.
I guess my only question is, are we returning the vast majority of the much higher funds shown on the graph?
No, sir. We should be spending all of it.
Okay.
So that's that. Current CCAP projects in Dare County. We have recently completed Living Shoreline and Stumpy Point. We have four funded and in progress, and Manio, Wanchese, Collington, and Hatters. Collington is almost complete. Wanchese is the one stuck in CAMA. And then Manio, there's actually several, and there's actually a couple in Manio, and that one of those is almost complete, and one's just getting started. And then the one in Hatteras, he's been facing CAMA and HOA issues, so we're working with him to get those off and running. He's actually ready to go. He's just stuck in red tape. So then we have rain garden, backyard wetlands. The one in progress in Manio is about retention area as part, and that was part of one of those living shoreline projects. That part of it is actually completed. I'm going there this afternoon to meet with the owner and the contractor. We have 6 applications in. I always believe if someone comes to me and wants to put in a CCAP application, I'm going to put it in, even if I don't believe it's going to get funded, because that shows need to the state for these programs. A lot of these are not going to get funded because it's a competitive process, and we're competing with the entire coastal plain. Now, Dare County is one of the top recipients of CCAP funding in the state. Us, Carteret, New Hanover, and Buncombe, believe it or not, are the 4 top recipients in the state. And then we have a permeable pavement application in Nags Head. Next, I'm going to fly through these two. Ag cost share and ag rep are both agricultural programs. Most of the state, most of the districts in the state, these are their bread and butter. We return to funding for these programs most every year. We just put in for the minimum, so in case we do have someone apply. Biggest reason we return to funding is because we don't have applicants. But the ag cost share focuses on agriculture related runoff and erosion. If you've noticed, there's been several times over the last 10, 15 years, we've actually funded field leveling over in the refuse. That was ag cost share. And we've done some micro irrigation systems here in Manio. That's actually what that on right what that picture on the right is. The one on the left is a guy named Ty from Terrell County. He's my predecessor, or not my predecessor. He's my compatriot over there, and then the person behind him is one of my predecessors. STRAP. So the STRAP program, it is the stream flow rehabilitation assistance program. This is what we use to help clean out our ditches. This program is actually fairly new. It was first instituted in 2022. This is what took the place of all the funding, the stream debris funding after storms. The state in a rare moment of lucidity said, hey, if we take care of these things before the storm, maybe we will have less flooding, less damage. So the instituted this during the 2022 cycle. We received $35,710. We returned. I think we returned a few $1,000s of that because our contractor came in under budget. I found out later that I could have added stream segments. I didn't know that at the time. I was brand new. I came in the middle of that one. So I know that now. 2024, we have received $219,000, and so we're working on the bidding for that. And I just got noticed that the state is actually bumping us up at additional $36,643.
That's quite.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Actually, that was Noah Gillen brought that to my attention. So, these are four projects we're gonna be working on. We're gonna be bidding out in the next month, and we're hopefully be getting all that done.
Charlie, is there a deadline on that money for 2024?
It's a 2-year contract.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. All right. Other stuff. I'm trying to get through this quick. I know y'all want to go to lunch. So we also work with aquatic invasive plants. Your Asian milfoil, alligator weed. We worked with the state to spray the ditches on Highway 664 every year with alligator weed, or to kill the alligator weed. Let me clarify here. We also do outreach and education. We teach public about conservation. We actually send a Dare County student every year to what's called the Resource Conservation Workshop, which is a week-long, basically a summer camp that the Division of Soil and Water puts on jointly with North Carolina State University, and they go through all sorts of different jobs and fields in the conservation industry, everything from agriculture to wildlife to water quality, all these different things. We were actually able to send 2 this past year. Everybody I've talked to that went to it has thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been great, and we send them everything. Everything is provided. I think this year the cost was $575 per student, and that's food, lodging, everything. It was great. We have the soul. You see the picture of the Souls tent, and there. That's one we have available to check out to go to do events. It's currently ours is currently housing with Williamston, I think. The Envirothon is a competition for middle and high school students, kind of like the Odyssey of the Mind or the Science Olympiad, but it's more focused on environmental issues. We currently do not have any teams from Dare County. So if anybody knows a teacher or someone that wants to put together a team from Dare County, I would love to send them to me. And then there's other contests. Some y'all probably remember the poster contests and stuff that we used to do. We have not done them the last several years because there's been a bit of turnover in our office. I'm the fourth person in there in as many years. So I'm still trying to get everything going again. And then we just instituted an annual award. We call it the Salt Marsh Award. And it was presented to Aaron Fleckenstein this year. This is meant to be an annual award and not just hey, you did one really cool thing. We're gonna give you an award. This is meant to be a lifetime achievement style award where it goes to someone who has thoroughly impacted conservation in Dare County. I cannot think of someone that personifies it more than Erin. She served on our board for 12 years. She's helped many landowners transition to living shorelines. Most of the living shorelines in this county, she had her fingers in. She's currently working with oyster conservation in the state and with Dare County especially. You know, we have a full write up on our webpage if anybody would like to go see it. So with that, I will take any questions.
Anybody have any questions of Charlie? Irvin?
Charlie, where are we at with the Nags Head shoreline
So
project?
I was talking with the state the other day. That was actually the highest scoring project in the coastal region. I don't want to say anything officially because it won't be official until November when the commissioners meet. But the likelihood of that project being funded is very, very good.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for all you do with that. The STRAP program, is that also available to municipalities?
Yes.
But this award, the $219,000, that's already been awarded for 2024. So each individual municipality would have to apply for that money?
So no, so the STRAP program is available to counties and municipalities. We applied for these various projects and were awarded. Nags Head, Kitty Hawk, Killable Hills, they all could apply separately if they wanted to. We've been trying to run it more through us, so just to make it a little bit easier. But there is a limit per organization. But from what the state told me that this year no one got anywhere close to it. To give you an idea, they had $24 million worth of funding for the state, and they got like $124 million worth of requests.
Wow.
We actually put in for 1.2 million, and we got the 225 now. So to give you an idea that, and I say that to remind everybody when you're talking to members of the legislature, tell them these programs are good. We want these programs funded. I know there's a lot of competition for scarce dollars, but these are really good programs that help that help everyday citizens.
And we got a ton of ditches all through Dare County, and it really works. The other thing is when they clean these things and pull it back, do they take the debris off or do they just tie it back?
So
on the shoreline?
it depends on the project. We typically have them hauled off to the landfill.
Okay.
A lot of counties, depending on how difficult it is to access it, that can be cost prohibitive. So a lot of them will actually tie it back. And there's specific procedures that they have to follow for that. And there's an inspector that comes out from Raleigh before it gets paid out and everything.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Charlie, great work, man.
Yep,
Really
definitely.
good stuff. This is a comprehensive report, and we really appreciate all the work you're doing.
All right.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Before we move on, County Manager, I just want to recognize the fact that one of our members of our lobbyist teams here this morning, Johnny Tillett, came in late. Johnny, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. County Manager.
So, Mr. Chairman, items 12 and 13 are two grant applications. One's a FEMA grant application for the Rodanthe, and the other is a broadband stopgap solutions program application. And Barton Grover's here to present both of those to you.
Good morning, Barton.
Good afternoon.
Well, it is afternoon.
Yeah, just a little bit by. So North Carolina Emergency Management, they got a grant from FEMA to hire an employee to work on grant applications, FMA grant applications for the entirety of Northeast North Carolina, including us. And so this project specialist will be reaching out to homeowners to see if they're interested in our case, acquisition in Rodanthe. There's approximately 20 property owners who are eligible. This FMA grant is only for people who are both insured and either repetitive loss or severe repetitive loss. And that's usually really, have they made 2 flood insurance claims or 4? And so if they're severe repetitive loss, they would be eligible for 100% federal funding. If they're just repetitive loss, they're just eligible for 90%. And we would need to find funding from either the homeowner themselves or maybe the state. Public beach access may be a viable source in the future. And so this specialist that North Carolina Emergency Management is employing through Albemarle Commission is looking to reach out to homeowners and about acquisition. They have started to reach out to them already. But the deadline for the letter of interest is October 18th. And so I'm looking for authorization to submit an application for, it's again, purely voluntary. They have to be interested in it. And I did write a note on that this is not a quick process. FEMA grants typically take 3, 4, 5 years. We just had our kickoff meeting for Hurricane Dorian home elevation, where we're elevating 31 houses. We just had that about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. So, and Dorian happened in 2019. So FMA is not too dissimilar in timing. So just did want to provide that important point to everybody.
Yeah, I was going to add that this sort of comes behind the meeting that Dave Halleck and I had with the officials at the state several weeks ago. They put us together and put Barton together with their team to do this. That 3 to 5 year time frame is troubling for our current problems, but we felt like if we didn't start, we never would get in the funding cycle to get it. So, you know, we may not be able to do something in the short run, but in the long run, that problem's not going to go away until we nourish a beach or do something. And so these funds will help us down the road. Certainly, if there's any way we can speed it along, I don't know if there's anything we can do, except we've impressed upon them the immediate need and the immediate problem, and they understand that. Now that we're in what we're going on in the western part of the state, it's kind of hard for us to push them for our immediate needs when there's so many life-threatening immediate needs out there. But nonetheless, you know, we'll keep trying.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yep, just looking for you all to authorize an application for FMA. For those who are not insured or are not repetitive loss, we will be reaching out to them for a BRIC application, which doesn't have those restrictions. But again, purely voluntary. That BRIC is also same kind of timeline. like Bobby said, we have emergency management looking to help, NC Office of Recovery and Resiliency willing to help, in some nonprofits who are helping us and identify grants and reaching out. So there's possible other sources of funding that may be quicker, but for right now, this is what we have on the table.
Okay, is there a motion to authorize application submittal?
Motion to proceed.
Okay, motion on the floor by Commissioner House, seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Barton.
Yep. So for the other one, the NC Department of Information Technology reached out to us. There is a completing access to broadband program that is available to kind of expand and extend broadband throughout the state. That program required a local match, and I think they were not receiving as much interest as they thought they would. So they opened a stopgap solutions program, which provides the county match for us. Infrastructure, the information technology folks, they will handle all the scope of work, bidding, procurement. I would compare this to them as like a pass-through. They just need us to apply, and then the IT handles everything else for us. There would be an MOU that we bring back to you at a later point. But they had reached out. We did indicate that we would be interested, and again, just authorizing application. Right now, I think talking with Matt and looking at some of the maps, it's really just Michoud and some places in East Lake that do not have access to the broadband of at least that speed and requirements in Dare County. But this would just give them an opportunity to get free funding.
Okay. Motion to authorize?
Motion.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House, been seconded by the Vice Chair. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thanks again, Bart.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll hang out.
All right.
Dustin handle this one.
You'll see if
I'm
Dustin,
affiliated with
see if
this one, but I'll let
Dustin
Dustin
needs
talk.
any help, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, item 14, we've heard a lot about stormwater management, and that's certainly been a topic we're working on. This is another opportunity for us, and this is for an engineering services contract. I'll let Dustin make that
All right,
presentation.
Dustin, welcome back.
The county received 3 grant projects that are state funded for stormwater projects on Hatteras Island. In conversations with Barton and the county manager, it was determined that in lieu of issuing an RFQ for each individual project, that it would be more advantageous to the county to go ahead and issue a single RFQ for these 3 projects, as well as future state funded grant projects. So we issued that RFQ and we received 4 responses. Myself, Barton, and other county staff evaluated these responses independently of one another and then came together to review each one that we received. Through that evaluation, it was determined that Withers Ravenel was the professional engineering contractor, professional engineer of choice. So this morning, I'm asking you all to approve Withers Ravenel and authorize the county manager to sign and negotiate any contracts with them for these projects.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I believe you got all 4 of the requests.
As well as the evaluation notes and things in case there were any questions. And that's why I'd asked Barton to hang out up here if you had any questions about the specific projects or the evaluation methods.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Basnight. Is any further comments, questions? You have, Dustin? Hearing none, those in favor then of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you.
Chairman,
back.
items 15 and 16 are closed out of a couple of our beach nourishment projects, and Dave Clausen will make those presentations.
Good morning, Dave.
Good
afternoon, I should say. I keep saying morning.
Okay. I'm going to apologize for part of what I'm going to explain.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
So the first one is to
Stop it.
close
This
out.
is the good part, guys. This is the good part. Go ahead, Dave.
Do that. The first part is to close the 2022 Towns Beach Nourishment Project and close out our 2021B bonds that financed our share of that project. We're going to return to the Beach Nourishment Fund $1,064,510. Now, the apology part, arbitrage liabilities. We haven't paid an arbitrage payment to the federal government since 2012. We had only had one before that back in the early 1990s. So this doesn't happen very often.
I'm sorry. Tell
Yeah.
people, they may know, but others may not, what arbitrage is.
I'll get there. So it goes back actually the late 80s and early 90s where some units of local government in the upper Midwest and the Republic of Guam were issuing bonds. And this is just an example. They'd issue the bonds as 3%, pay 3% on the debt, turn around and invest the money at 4%, never use the money for a project, and subsidize their general fund. And not surprisingly, the feds came back and said, you can't do that because we're lowering your interest rates because the tax on that's not taxable. So we're not going to provide you a benefit. The purpose is to lower the cost of your projects, not to run your general fund. So now there's tons of rules about, basically we can't earn more on what we invest than what we pay on the bonds. That's a very simplified one.
Yep.
Now we earned $454,322 on these funds. We issued in December of 21. Right after that, interest rates went way up. The other reason was the funds flow structure for the beach nourishment projects. The grants got spent first, the town debt got spent second, the town money got spent third, then our bond money was last. So we didn't make a draw on this, and I think it was 9 months. So money sat there for a year because the LGC also made us close in December for a project that didn't start until May, which we lost that fight. So, so of that 454,000, 291,572 belongs to the federal government. 162,750 belongs to Dare County. We've got that recorded. It's sitting with the trustee. I was wrong about the date that it has to be paid. I talked to our tax counsel at Parker Poe and our arbitrage consultant. We have to use that leftover money for the June 1st, 2025 debt payment. After that, we'll do another arbitrage calculation, then we'll pay the liability. So what we're doing is we're reducing the project budget by the $1,064,510,000. You're going to transfer it over to the Beach Nourishment Fund. And of that amount, $573,284 we have to use for debt service because that's money leftover bond funds and mostly interest that we earned on the bond funds. So what you're being asked to do is to adopt a budget amendment for the Beach Nourishment Fund. We'll have a revenue to receive the transfer from the capital project. This is a technicality. We're going to reduce the debt service that we had already budgeted because that was budgeted to come from occupancy tax or the restricted occupancy tax. Then we're going to turn around and increase the same debt service budget because it's going to come from the bond funds. And then you're going to increase the reserve line by the $1,064,510, which will increase your Beach Nourishment Fund balance. And then on the capital projects side, we're going to recognize the interest. We have miscellaneous revenue of $532,000 from liquidated damages from the contractor related to duck and being late on that. Decrease the project budget and then establish a transfer from the capital project over to the Beach Nourishment Fund.
So the long and the short of what David just explained, it's really complicated, is in our real life, if we borrowed money cheaply and then we made money on interest, that would be a good thing. That would be a smart business decision. In our particular case, and in local, not just us, any local government, we borrowed at great rates and then the economy changed and the investment returns went up and we earned interest on that money we were holding. And when that exceeded, what our interest rate was, we paid for it, then, we're liable to pay that gain back, if you will. We aren't allowed to make that gain. We can't do anything about it. We can't change it. We can't avoid it. It just happens because that's what happened in the market. And so now we're giving it back. We're not particularly worse off because we're using money that we had that we gained to pay it back. But nonetheless, that's what you have to do. And that happens anytime you borrow in a volatile market like that.
Okay, do we have a motion from the board to do so?
So moved.
It's a motion on the floor by the vice chair. Seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. So the next item, number 16, is the same process for the Buxton and Avon 2022 projects and the 2022 A bonds. We earned $312,208 of interest, $261,502 of that remains with Dare County, and $50,706 goes to the IRS. We'll do the same thing. It's held by the trustee. We'll use the leftover bond funds on June 1st, 25, then do another arbitrage calculation, then pay the IRS. So on this project, it's you're going to transfer $2,064,124 from the project over to the Beach Nourishment Fund. $1,090,575 of that is remaining bond funds plus mostly interest on the bond, or a good amount of interest on the bond funds, and we'll use that for the June 1st debt service. $671,446 is for remaining monitoring costs. Those permits had a new monitoring requirement, which we had to do for both Avon and Buxton annually. That number's been reduced because we don't, since you moved the project up 1 year, we don't have to do the monitoring costs for year 5 and year 4. It'll be done as part of the new permit application. So it's been reduced by $343,000. But what we're doing is moving that cost out of the project fund over to the Beach Nourishment so we can close the project out. So same things, you're going to adopt we're asking you to adopt a budget amendment for Beach Nourishment Fund to recognize the transfer coming in. Decrease previously budgeted debt service, increase debt service again, and then the net, we're going to increase the reserve line by $1,392,678 to add to the Beach Nourishment Fund balance, with the total of the two was $2,457,188. And then the capital project ordinance will budget the $261,000 of interest earnings, decrease the construction budget, and then establish the transfer over to the Beach Nourishment Fund.
Move to adopt the budget amendment.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch. I believe it's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Dave.
And that brings us to our consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have the approval of the minutes from September 3rd. You have the tax collector's report. You have the retirement of Deputy Sheriff K9 Echo. You have the authorization to present a service weapon to a retiring sheriff, an authorization to present a service weapon to a retiring deputy sheriff, Kitty Hawk EMS Station number 9 easement agreement, Brinks CompuSafe service agreement, the Rave Mobile safety contract for mass notification software, increase in STRAP funding from NCDA&S Division of Soil and Water Conservation, a budget amendment for the Public Works rubble transfer fees, DHHS Public Health resolution to direct expenditure of opioid settlement funds, and DHHS Public Health COVID-19 vaccination program funding.
Move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Couch. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next are your board appointments. First, you have the Land Transfer Tax Appeals Board. Jack Overman, who was served as the commissioner-appointed member of the Land Transfer Tax Appeals Board, had passed away. You need to fill that. You only have one application on file from Eddie Twine. I will tell you that Eddie Twine currently sits on your planning board. So
Pardon?
Is that a conflict?
it's not a conflict. I'm just.
He recent what?
I said we have only one application for that
Right.
from Eddie Twine, who also sits on your planning board.
Okay.
I always move to appoint if it's not a conflict.
It's not a conflict.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion, Commissioner Couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is a motion on the floor to appoint Eddie Twine? Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by the Vice Chairman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Dare Library Board. Mary Lou Hoffert, Ruth Perkins, and Adrienne Palma all have terms expiring. All three would like to be reappointed, and the Library Board has recommended their reappointment.
Move to reappoint.
Okay, it's a motion on the floor by the vice chair to reappoint. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion?
Really good applicants for that board, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like the future of the library board going forward with those kind of people that want to be on that board.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the newly created Thomas A. Baum Advisory Board. The Older Adult Services Nominating Committee recommended the following 6 individuals to be appointed to the newly created Thomas A. Baum Advisory Board. Lisa Menerick, Angelo Sinesso, Antha Bishop, Jennifer Tolbert, Laura Fitzpatrick, and Karen Moeller. And there also needs to be a Dare County Commissioner appointed.
Move to appoint those listed.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to appoint those that have been recommended, listed.
Second that.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Bass Knight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Do we have any commissioner that would step up to the plate that
volunteer.
represent?
You know, I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Very cool.
We need to make that in the motion form. All right.
Yes, we do.
All right.
I nominate Irv Bateman to
All
the
right.
new Baum Center
Louder.
board.
Okay. It's been a motion by Commissioner Ross. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
God, it wasn't even contested.
Your upcoming boards and committees appointments, in November, you have the Rodanthe Wade Salvo Community Center Board with 2 terms expiring. In December, you have the Equalization and Review Board with 5 terms expiring, the Special Motor Vehicle Valuation Review Committee, 3 terms expiring, and the Tourism Board with 6 terms expiring. In January, you have the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council with 1 term expiring, the Older Adult Services Advisory Council with 1 term expiring, and the Working Waterman Commission with 2 terms expiring. That would then be your agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, County Manager. That brings us to item 19. It's Commissioner's business and Manager's Attorney's business. Bobby, do you have anything else for us?
Yes, sir. I have several things.
Okay.
First, just to give you a heads up, you all already know, but as you know, Dave is going to retire in June, at the end of June. And we have already begun advertising for his position. Our goal would be to try to hire somebody before June so that we can bring someone in and get them acclimated, let Dave show them sort of the ropes and get them going before he leaves. So just know we're doing that. When the time comes, I don't know how that's going to fit budgetarily, but we'll figure it out when we see what that involves and who we're able to get.
Sooner the better.
Sooner the better, that's right. Sort of a Parks and Rec update, the Nags Head soccer fields that you voted a while back to improve, they've gone in and they've done the spraying and the cutting and the leveling, and they began putting in the sprinkler system on Thursday. That should be completed here shortly, and then they should be in a position to start putting the sod in the days that follow that. So that's going along well, and it'll be completed soon. All the scoreboards have arrived for various parks, and our teams are working together to put all those up. The needs assessment that we talked about, the needs assessment is in the process. McGill and Associates are finalizing dates for public meetings for input, and then they're also finalizing the surveys that'll go out to the public in addition to those public meetings. The pickleball courts in Nags Head that we're doing in conjunction with the Tourism Board, they're in the process. They're going through Nags Head. Nags Head has to do some zoning changes and some site plan changes at the same time. We expect those to go through here shortly as well. And then, all of our fall activities are up, participation as well. The weather keeps cooperating, then those will be good season for us as well. So things are moving and happening in Parks and Recreation. A shout out to our HR department, to Elizabeth and her team. Chris Ward and Christy Wright worked really hard on it. I think I sent you an email, but they were working with our liability carrier to get it. We got 100% score on our liability, which then results in a 3% discount on the cost of our liability coverage. And so that was a lot of hard work, doing a lot of stuff over a period of time to make that happen. I want to reach out and thank them for that work as well. So we talked about that. In our budget for a number of years, we have budgeted a little less than $400,000 to Port to do mental health counseling. And it wasn't to subsidize Port to keep them open, and it wasn't to do direct counseling. It was to do counseling where a person that came in and say their provider, whether it be Medicaid or Medicare or their private provider, would only provide one meeting a month for 12 meetings, and then they don't fund it anymore. And you have somebody that needs to meet 2 times a month or go for longer than a year to get their mental health treatment. We would, out of that $300,000 or $400,000, we would fund those additional treatment days for those people who were Dare County residents who needed those types of services. Over time, the number of people that Port is seeing for a number of reasons, for changes in the environment, for staffing concerns and other things, the number has gone down significantly from when we were providing that money. And it's gone down to a point that really they don't see enough patients to be able to utilize that money. We have a number of other mental health needs. For example, for adolescents in our schools, we need school nurses and things like that we could take that money and better use it for mental health things than leave it sitting there and not be used for Port. Sheila and I have been through this a number of times. We went to Raleigh and met with Easter Seals has taken over Port. They've merged. And so we met with the president of Easter Seals and sort of went through all the numbers with her, went through all the things with her, told her what our concerns were, told her that we'd be coming to you all to make this recommendation, really to, one, to let her know, but two, to see if we were wrong. Was there something that we were missing? Is there something that they could do differently? And really there wasn't. And really she agreed with us that there was a better way for us to spend the money and really didn't get any pushback at all. We similarly met with Trillium to say, okay, here's what we're thinking, here's what we're looking at. How do you see it? And I don't think that they disagreed either, that we could better spend this money somewhere else. So we have not renewed and do not plan to renew that contract with those funds. Those funds are still sitting in our account and will not be used to go to Port this year, assuming you all agree with that when I ask you that in just a minute. And Sheila will come back to you at our next meeting with a recommendation on how we should use those funds going forward. And so I tell you that, one, to get your authority to not renew that and to let you know that we'll be coming back to you with how we think those funds and recommendations on how those funds should be used to better meet the mental health needs in the community. So I just need approval not to renew that contract.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor by the vice chairman. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Floor is open for the discussion. I'm just curious, Bobby, that is concerning that it appears there are folks out there not taking advantage of the Port.
So I know what your questions are, and Sheila and I have been through that. And I mean, if you have numbers, questions, you can do that. If not, when she comes next month, she can talk about that.
Okay.
We
I'm just concerned about
the first
those
concern that we had was what are the gaps in the needs and how do we address those gaps? And part of what she's going to recommend with this money is to address those gaps.
Okay.
So
great.
she's going to come to you with that at our next meeting.
All right. Good enough.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Any further comments?
One of the big problems related to that and Port situation was they were simply, goes back to the old problem, that they were simply unable to hire enough counselors to cover the needs of the county.
Gotcha.
And through Sheila's group, we feel like we can do it better.
Oh, okay. Super. That's good to know. Thank you. Appreciate that explanation. All right. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
All right. In some of our construction projects that we've closed out, we have, Dave, you give the number, roughly 300,000.
300,252.
Okay. Dollars that is left over that we can put in the fund balance or do what we want with. I'm asking you to allow us to put that into our contingency fund. We've had a number of things come up and a number of things that we're doing, from the soccer fields that weren't budgeted. We've got a mold problem that came up last week in the probation men, and we had to move everybody out of that, and we've got to remediate that mold problem there. We've got concern at the burn tower down in Buxton, where we've had an engineer go and look at that to make sure it's structurally sound to continue doing the burn training. We have just a number of things that have come up, and we've used contingency and likely will need more. So I'd like to move this into contingency to have it available to cover those things, and then to do whatever other things come up as we move forward.
So
as
move
well.
to move that money to.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, Commissioner Couch, second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner House and Bassnight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
All right. Other than a closed session, I think this is my last thing. NOAA has, over time, we've been working 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 nuisance problems where people have nuisance abatement issues on their properties, trying to get those resolved, trying to get them resolved between us and them. NOAA's written multiple letters. I've written letters. We've done things trying to move those things forward. And we're at a point where we're not getting movement. And our next step would be to file an action to have the people abate the nuisances. And for me to file that, I have to have your permission. So I'm asking permission for to file suit if necessary with regard to the property from George Hyde, Dennis Ransom, Tony Gamble. Those are the ones. We have currently one that's already in litigation with someone named Bowser, and we have another one, I can't remember, that's in litigation as well. So we have 2 that are out there now, but we need to move forward with these, and until you give me that authority, I can't move forward.
What were the nuisances involved? Kind of just trash in the yard or
Most of
something?
them are junk cars,
Junk
trash,
cars, trash.
Living in unauthorized dwellings, like in a shack or a shed.
Right.
There's whatever, various violations of our codes and other health codes.
I would move to approve that.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch, seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? I'm assuming that we've reached out to them before we got to this
multiple
stage.
times.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God. Over and over and over again.
I just want to make sure,
We're at our frustration level before we come to you all
Okay.
with it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And then, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, we're going to need a closed session.
Absolutely. That brings us to Ms. Hester, our Public Information Officer. Do you have anything?
I'm going to ask Matt to show the video. He almost showed.
Go forward.
Forget to hit the green light. Yeah, the Mans Harbor video, this is something that was newly developed. Some of the members of the Civic Association had approached Bobby about having their own sort of mini site for the village, for the community there. And so we did so, and that's, the URL is darenc.gov/Mans Harbor. And there you can find issues, Q&As, frequently asked questions about things very specific to that community. But as part of that, we developed a video which we'll show. But in doing this, we realized this is actually a really good resource for people in the unincorporated areas that are part of a particular village or community. So we did this for Mans Harbor, recently completed, and next we'll focus on Hatteras Village and put together information specifically about Hatteras. So it's something we're proud of and that we think people will appreciate. So it's
Great.
just an initiative we're working on. So here's the video to accompany the Mans Harbor site.
Mans Harbor is a small community tucked between the shores of Croatan Sound and the Alligator National Wildlife Refuge on Dare County's mainland. The early settlers of Mans Harbor were strong and self-sufficient, running small farms and fishing the sounds. Today, the population of the village reaches just under 1,000 and is still deeply rooted in the fishing industry. The village serves as a gateway to Roanoke Island and is a popular spot for boating, fishing, and enjoying the natural beauty of the Outer Banks. The Mans Harbor Marina was the first of its kind for eastern North Carolina as a shared use facility and collaboratory effort among state, county, and community leaders. This facility is shared equally by both commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen who enjoy the use of the modern paved boat ramps and parking areas to access the Croatan Sound. Bebop's multi-use pier, which is located at the west entrance to the William B. Umstead Bridge, is a great spot for fishing, crabbing, wildlife viewing, and photography. It is also wheelchair accessible. Mans Harbor is also known for the proximity to the Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge, a 158,000-acre undeveloped area located on the Albemarle Peninsula. Established in 1984, the refuge provides prime opportunities for viewing a wide variety of wildlife, including black bears, red wolves, fox, river otters, and other small mammals, as well as American alligators and well over 200 species of birds and waterfowl. Many areas are open to the public, and in addition to viewing the wildlife, other popular activities include canoeing, kayaking, hiking, hunting, and fishing. Visitors are encouraged to plan their trip ahead of time and stop by the National Wildlife Refuge Visitor Center, located at the north end of Roanoke Island, to view a variety of exhibits and a detailed map. In addition to the Wildlife Refuge, Marina, and multi-use pier, Mans Harbor also has a public park that includes a basketball court, playground, and walking path where all ages can enjoy outdoor recreation. The park is located behind the Mans Harbor Community Building, the Dare County EMS Station 8, and the Mans Harbor Volunteer Fire Department. Dare County EMS Station 8 serves as a home base for the county's EMS personnel who provide life-saving services to members of Mans Harbor community and other mainland communities. Construction is currently underway nearby for a new EMS Station 8 facility in order to better serve the people of Mans Harbor and neighboring communities. The Mans Harbor Volunteer Fire Department is located next to the Dare County EMS Station 8 and is dedicated to providing fire and emergency services to the community. As a volunteer-based organization, members of the Mans Harbor Volunteer Fire Department generously contribute their time and skills to ensure the safety and well-being of local residents. The Mans Harbor Community Center serves as a central hub for local activities and events. It hosts a variety of community gatherings, including civic meetings, fundraisers, and award ceremonies. It also plays a critical role in fostering community spirit and providing a venue for civic engagement. The Mans Harbor Transfer Station, which is operated by the Dare County Public Works, allows residents and commercial businesses to drop off building materials and white goods. The facility also provides residents with a place to drop off appliances, metals, home furnishings, and auto tires. Mans Harbor stands out as a picturesque and vibrant community with its unique blend of natural beauty, recreational opportunities, and dedicated services. Mans Harbor provides a welcoming environment for residents and visitors alike. To learn more about Mans Harbor, visit darenc.gov/Mans Harbor.
Very good.
Is that Tim narrating it?
It is.
Yeah, it sounded like Tim.
I thought that it should have, when we were
Yeah.
talking about it, we thought it'd be nice to have a local person.
Yeah, Tim did a great job.
He did.
I saw that bear running away from I thought of Jim Tobin. Right. God, he hated those.
Oh, yeah. Don't you remember the trash can deal?
Yeah. One of our FAQs is about the trash cans, the bear resistant.
Right,
trash can.
right. Very good, very good. Thank you, Dorothy. David, do you have anything else for us?
Just for you guys, I'm going to leave your audit questionnaires.
Oh, okay.
And you can, if you want to return them, you can, it says directly, but Skylar will help, I'll help, Sally help.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dave. All right, it brings us commissioner's business. Danny, Mr. Commissioner Couch, would you mind kicking that off?
Well, yeah, I could belay the time really good here, but I'm just going to ask for one thing. Or I want to just ask the board's blessing on, and we're trying to keep this secret. It's hard to keep a secret down on Hatteras Island. You can sneeze in Rodanthe and somebody who Hatteras will say, bless you 15 minutes later. But Donna Parker has been the postmaster at Buxton for years. As a postal employee, she's been exemplary. I asked the chairman if he would be willing to do a proclamation on the board's behalf, thanking her for her years of service and just the fact that she is somebody who goes in and out of the way, just like talking about teachers who give money for students to eat. That's the kind of stuff she's done. She's brought in emergency medical stuff for people. So want to issue a proclamation. I hope the board's okay with it.
I'll be happy to do it. I'll be happy to do it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bateman.
Yes, sir. Bobby, and this is the thought, we're replacing that bridge at the Slash Creek. Has there been any further talk about the stabilization on either side with the Department of Transportation?
No, sir, I think that's
not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. They're moving forward with that. I've had some conversations with one of the property owners down there. I've had conversations with DOT. I've had conversations with their condemnation staff, and we haven't gotten any change really to anything. So it looks to me like that's going forward. That's a project that's in the works, and they should be starting soon.
They were able to salvage the trees for the most part on one of the concerned property owners.
One of the last thing that came up was an issue about the trees and the location of the easements and the water easements. And we told them from our perspective, we would move the water lines and the things that we control anywhere we needed to avoid having to take out the trees. And so I think they've worked some of that out. So we can get the utilities in without having to deal with cutting down those nice trees.
Everybody gave a little.
Yeah, well, how about on the east side where the medical center is, where they have that riprap and stuff? They can't do anything there.
What we have to do there is they've taken some amount of our land, they condemned it, and so they're going to build and do what they do. When they complete that, however much riprap they put in to shore up the buttress, that'll give us the starting point for whatever we want to do along that canal and ours. But we're going to be kind of near the end of their project because we can't go in there and start doing that till they're done and out of there to avoid tearing up what we're doing. So that'll be a future project.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As always, I'd like to recognize and thank our service pin recipients, Sheila.
And Michelle, for your 30 years of service. As we always say, we couldn't do this. This county couldn't run without you. Appreciate it. And also our employees of the month, Josh Coltrane, Molly Greenwood, and Matt Dabrowski. Absolutely outstanding individuals, and we really appreciate your service. Since Dustin is still here, we'd like to ask him, is there a completion date or approximate completion date for the youth center? They have been coming along. It's unbelievable how fast that thing has gone together.
Good looking building.
It is that.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Right now, the expected completion date is sometime in early to middle January. There's a couple items that have a lead time that we're trying to work through, but for the most part, we're still very much on schedule to the original plan, which is early to middle of January.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioner House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As of Friday, we have submitted the surveys and all the information to the Army Corps to get Miss Katie back up and running. So now we're waiting on them to respond, and she should be ready to go. As of the current situations with the surveys, the waterways are open and feasible to go running. There's no questions about that. There are a couple of troubled areas that need to be shoveled out, but also one of the things that was kind of troubling when we went to that meeting down in Wilmington, when we were talking to them, they were talking about the dredge box and the differences of where we were dredging as opposed to the dredge box. Well, the dredge box in their conception, 100-foot wide in the alternate channel, 100-foot wide, straight up and down. But yet the engineered drawings show it as 100-foot wide with shoulder or V walls, so that it wouldn't collapse. Well, that's what Miss Katie was doing the bead wall so it wouldn't collapse. And they were saying, no, it's just that the dredge box should be straight down and cut, which we know that's going to fall in because it's sand that moves around. So we're abiding by that, and that's where a lot of their pings were coming off of the part where they were saying so many loads were out of compliance, because all it takes is one ping, and then that determines the load's out of compliance. So like I said, we've been working on all that. We do have a third party monitoring the dredge management program now. So that's under further evaluation at the times. So we should be up and running, as soon as we hear back from the Corps, which they've said they'll do a quick turnaround. In the last meeting we had with them, they said, you get us everything, it'll be a quick turnaround. So we'll see what their quick turnaround is, but everything has been submitted to them. So we'll see.
Steve, can I ask a question? I believe the task force chose, when they talked about the 5 permits, they chose the first one that they wanted to implement right away would be the bar, because that gets the most fluctuation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that permit actually covers the bar and also that alternate channel.
That alternate channel.
So we can at least get boats in. And so that's the first one that's always been the main priority for the task force, is so that we can get boats across the bar and into the harbors.
And I understand now that multiple surveys will be taken in the future to provide the Corps, so that we know that we're accurate with our dredging. Correct?
Yes.
Correct, but just to be sure there's no misunderstanding about where they start, they're going to be required to take a pre-survey, a pre-dredging survey.
Right.
And that survey will tell them how deep it is within the channel that they're authorized to dredge in. And for them to dredge on the bar within that channel, there has to be sufficient sand to tell us there's need to do a dredge there. So I don't know what it's going to show, but potentially they could look at that and say, wait a minute, that is at depth right now. It's in good shape. Don't go there, go to whatever your plan B is. And we have a plan B to go to plan D if that occurs. So I just don't want it out there that we're going to be in the bar, then we don't show up in the bar. Well, the reason would be that the bar was in good enough shape that we didn't have to do that. I don't anticipate that, but I don't know yet either. I haven't seen the surveys.
Yeah.
The key there is we won't be held up going to another location now that we've got a plan B.
All right.
Correct?
Not on the initial dredge, because when we start, so what'll happen then is when you do a survey, and it will tell you how much sand you need, what the volumes are, and how long do you think it's going to take you to get it out. You have to do the surveys not more than 14 days in advance of your next dredge event. So there's going to take some effort on behalf of the dredge contractor to do the surveying timely, so that he's not more than 14 days out, but he's within the 14-day window at the time that he finishes the project that he's on, and he's got to get it in there soon enough that they can approve it to move on, so that there's not any lag time. We've talked with the Corps about that. They get that. They're going to help us with that. But we all know the first couple of times it's going to take some coordination, and there may be a lag of a day or 2 days or something between dredge events as we go through that process. In the long term, it should be seamless, and we should be able to move right along just like you described.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, once we get them all open, all the permits open back up, then we'll be able to leapfrog it.
Gotcha.
And go through. Also with our marine fisheries, the striped mullet, due to their fisheries plan, October 1st through December 31st, that striped mullet for commercial fishing is closed from Friday through Thursday of each week of that time period as part of the management plans, and that just started. So I want to let everybody be aware of that. Our help with our local watermen, not only local watermen, but watermen up and down the coast, have done a phenomenal amount of work for our Western North Carolina people. Here locally, Etheridge Seafood loaded a complete 18-wheeler,
50 tons.
50 tons of ice.
Yep.
And went up to Flat Rock, North Carolina. Some of the fishermen I've talked to in the Carteret County and Onslow counties areas, they've packed fish and shrimp and took those to Western.
100,000 pounds of ice. Did they drain the sound?
50 tons.
50
That's
tons of ice.
100,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Good Lord, check the water level in the sound.
You know, we had.
This is portable water.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
They've
so-
done it for ice, for coolers and
That's
stuff. So
fantastic.
big, they have coolers.
that's fantastic.
so like I said, our watermen are stepping up and as they always do. So I just wanted to pass that on along. Our day in history, obviously it's the 1-year anniversary of Hamas attack. But also in 2001, triggered by September 11th attacks, the Afghan war began as U.S. and British warplanes started bombing Taliban targets on this day in 2001. In our favorite part of any commissioners meeting, but keep in mind, October 1st to the 15th is a big program for Outer Banks SPCA, Empty the Shelter. They want to find a home for every single dog and cat in there. But for right now, meet Connie.
Our pet of the week this week is Connie. Say hello to Connie, a 2-year-old white and brown tabby. She was discovered as a stray in Man's Harbor, and despite being very thin and facing some health challenges, she made a remarkable recovery. Now thriving, Connie has a playful spirit and loves to watch birds from the window. If you're looking for a companion full of life and joy, Connie is the perfect match for you. To adopt Connie or foster one of our other animals, come visit us Monday through Friday at our shelter located in Manio. For more information, visit our website at obxspca.org or visit our OBX SPCA Facebook page.
So please go out to the SPCA, take a look at Connie or all the other animals that are out there, and let's give them their forever home. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go down my list quickly here. Thanks, Steve, for pointing out this day in history a year ago. During public comment, I think someone referred to it as a tragedy. The outcome for the thousands killed and slaughtered that day was a tragedy. For those that perpetrated it, it was a planful, intentional, designed attack of terrorism that the whole world should be revolted and repulsed by. I know I am. Number 2, Brian Harris. Thank you. Good comments down there in Buxton. And we are moving ahead, clearing up that federal or formerly used defense site. I hope to think that this board's unrelenting pressure on every elected official we could find from here to Connecticut, Mary Helen, to get that thing cleaned up has now got results going, and we're very happy about that. I want to thank Superintendent Bassnight and the group for being here, especially Kalita for her expert input and the details behind that decision. Because as I say, I looked at it and thought, I'm searching for the bad things that would happen should we approve the universal lunch program, and I couldn't come up with any. So I'm glad that we did that, and I just want to again appreciate the staff, Kalita, Superintendent Bassnight, and all those that were here for giving us that information. Speaking of Pet of the Week, on September 4th, we just passed that day, was a wonderful Stand Up for Strays banquet charity fundraiser at the Pirates Cove Marina. 180 of us raised a lot of money for the local shelter. We had a comedian in from California, did a comedy show for us. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to share one of his jokes very quickly,
Absolutely.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Man walking by the door of a bar, there's a sign, talking dog for sale. Guy's astounded. He goes in and he sees the owner and says, why would you offer a dog for sale? And the dog starts to perk up, and he turns to the dog and says, well, you can talk? Tell me about yourself. Well, the dog leaps into this dissertation about his early career in the Swiss Alps as a life-saving hound that would rescue skiers, and then his volunteering with a European volunteer service across the continent for those in need. And now, having moved to the States, was donating his time at a senior center, reading to those that were unable to see. Well, the man had walked in, was astounded by this, looked at the owner and said, how could you possibly sell such a dog? And the owner looked at him and said, because he's a liar. He didn't do any of those things. So anyway, that was just one of the jokes from the guy. And it was themed on animals, and it was a great fundraiser and a wonderful dinner. So next year, it'll be back. It'll be in October. Stand Up for Strays. I urge you all to look into it. It is a great evening here in the Outer Banks. On the 25th, speaking of great evenings and fundraising, Outer Banks Health, and I think, well, it will benefit Outer Banks Health and cancer patients. The Cancer Shucks dinner event will also be held at Pirates Cove, and I may be wrong that it's already sold out. So I think it is. But that, again, is a fantastic fundraiser. And finally, on the very next day, the 26th, it is the culmination of a multi-day tennis tournament fundraiser charity event for the Dementia Friendly Task Force. I will be there Saturday night. I was able to be one of their guest speakers last year at the dinner. It is a tennis tournament, I think a pickleball tournament this year too, as well as the banquet dinner on Saturday night. So the Dementia Friendly Task Force on Saturday, Cancer Shucks on Friday. That's the 25th and 26th of this month. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Commissioner Bass Knight.
Thank you. Love your joke. That's very good. Well
a good
delivered
joke,
too,
isn't
yes. I just want to give an update from the healthcare task force in the last meeting. There's a big push there, following up with what Bobby said on mental health and their services for mental health. And also they're doing some virtual mental health sessions as well as virtual opioid sessions. So I think that's very good. Another focus they have right now is on dental health. There is a partnership with East Carolina University with the clinic in Swan Quarter where they bring a dentist in every month. I remember when I was teaching, we had the dental van come to our school. Dr. Lato and was here, and he would see the kids and assess them. They've done that periodically recently, but that task force and I would like to see our Board of Commissioners draft a resolution in support of dental care for our kids in school. I think it's very important for them to be screened and provide some dental health for them. So that's something I hope we can consider in the future. Another thing a couple of other things I wanted to say was that I'm very happy to see us form an advisory council for the Thomas Baum Center. Those centers, I'm serving on the older adults board, and those centers stay busy. They keep our older population as well as our young population at the Virginia Tillett Center busy with so many different activities. I'm very impressed with everything that they do. They're just great facilities. And on that note, I want to congratulate Sandy Pace, who is retired as of the end of September. I was on the initial planning committee for the center, and then on the first advisory board that was at the center when we hired Sandy. She's been the heart and soul and has built that center to what it is. She is a superstar. Absolutely. So she's going to be very, very missed, but she'll still stay involved, I know.
Great.
And I think, and Chairman Woodard, you always ask me. Early February for the opening of the ABC board in Buxton. That's
great.
What the plan is right now.
Great.
So it's moving along.
Good deal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That brings us to motion to move into closed session.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3 to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the county in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege in the matters of the opioid litigation and in the matters of the Lutz suit, and to approve the minutes of the last closed session. Also need to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A5 to instruct the county staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or behalf of the county in the negotiation of the price or other material terms of a contract, proposed contract for the acquisition of real property in the matter of the real property owned by M&R Properties, which is next to the youth center, and with regard to the property owned by Quentin Bell across the street from Manio Middle School.
Okay. This motion is made by Commissioner Couch, seconded by Vice Chairman. Any further comments? Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. I call the Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order, and I turn it over to the county manager.
In the closed session, the board approved the minutes of the last closed session, consulted with the county attorney, and instructed the county attorney and staff on the acquisition of the two real properties we described when we went into closed session, and took no other action.
Okay, thank you, County Manager. That brings us to a close to our meeting, and we need a motion to adjourn until November 4, 2024.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House, and seconded by Commissioner Vice Chairman Overman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.